Mānawa mai ea te putanga o Matariki Mā Puanga. Mānawa mai ea te ariki o te rangi. Mānawa mai ea te mātahi o te tau. Whano, haramai te tōki, haumie, huie, taiki.
Morena e te iwi. Mānoa tia Matariki Mā Puanga. Welcome everybody to your national Matariki broadcast.
For the next 4 hours, we'll be shining a light on Aotearoa's only public holiday that celebrates our rich Māori culture, a taonga for everyone to enjoy today.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa, ko Stacey Morrison aho, and this morning we're coming to you, as you can see, live from Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune. Now, Tirorangi means look to the skies, so we really are in the perfect place to celebrate Matariki Mā Puanga with all of you.
Tēnā koe, Stace. Kua tēnei ko Mātai Smith e mihi atu nei. This morning we've got an incredible lineup of waiata, inspiring kōrero and a look at Matariki celebrations, huri te motu, yes, happening across Aotearoa and... no tātou te whiwhi. While we're on the topic of stars, we've got one of our own social media sensation, Te Aorere Pewhairangi, is part of our presenting crew this year, and he's down at the Hangi Pit with a very special guest who's certainly no stranger to this kaupapa, so let's check in with him now. Morena Te Aorere.
Morena mātai, o tira morena koutou kei ngā pākainga o te motu. Yes, I'm here with TikTok star, Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua, e rangi morena.
Morena e hoa.
E rangi, I wanted to talk about, I guess, the journey of Matariki. It started on a rooftop at Te Papa, and then we went to gondolas in Rotorua, and then a ski field, I Wānaka. And this year we're at Tirorangi Marae. What an awesome venue.
Beautiful venue, you know, the stars are out, the moon is straight above us. Kei konei te maunga, so our mountain is right in front of the marae. You couldn't think of a more appropriate place, and with the name Tirorangi, meaning to look at the stars or look at the sky, you know, I think it's just so appropriate that we're here with Ngāti Rangi celebrating here.
Can you talk to me about the evolution of the Matariki public holiday?
You know, Māori have always had their own unique and special ceremonies, and I think as we're starting to come of age as a nation and realise that we don't need to look overseas to try and reflect our identity, you know. We've got identity here and culture here, and being able to take something traditional and something that was practiced by our ancestors and make it meaningful and purposeful in a modern day, I think that's been one of the most beautiful elements of Matariki and Puanga, because it's taking something of our ancestors and sharing it with our current nation and sharing it with everyone.
And I wanted to ask about Matariki Mā Puanga. That's the national theme this year. Can you talk to us about the thinking behind this theme?
So Matariki Mā Puanga in that context means Matariki and Puanga. Now, not all tribes follow Matariki. There are some places that have Puanga. Same location in the sky. It's a star that rises in the morning. It's just coming up now. Matariki is just coming up now. The idea is, it doesn't matter whether you follow Matariki or Puanga, we need to celebrate our regional diversities, all those really cool things that make us who we are, but we come together and celebrate each other and our diversity and our differences. It's really unity through diversity.
What are the differences and I guess similarities of these two stars?
Well, one is a cluster and one is a star. I mean, just being as basic as that. But the themes that underpin them, reflection on the past, celebrating the present and looking to the future. And virtually you'll see there are elements of the ceremony today that are different than other people have seen, but basically the context, the structure and the meaning is the same.
Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua, tēnā rawa atu koe I whai wāhi mai. Ka hoki atu ki a kōrua.
Wonderful to get that context
Yeah,
there
absolutely.
from Dr. Rangi, so that we know this national holiday is for us all, and it's a way of celebrating the diversity and the unity that is talked about. Ahakoa kaore anō kia ono karaka, it's not yet 6 a.m, but it's already been a very busy morning here as Ngāti Rangi prepare for both the Hautapu ceremony and the Matariki breakfast for their guests. Now, Matariki Mā Puanga, as we just heard, is all about coming together, and that's exactly what volunteers from the marae, the hapu and the iwi from this region have done to make this special celebration. To show us the backstory, here's an amazing 17-year-old wahine, Hiria Hansi.
Tēnā tātou, ko Hiria Hansi tōku ingoa. He uri tēnei no Ngāti Rangi me te Aotearoa Pāparangi. E noho ana au ki Tirorangi Marae ki te kariwainu o whiro I te tau tōku kuia. I was mostly raised in Ohakune and Karioi, where my two main marae are Ngāi Marae and Tirorangi Marae. I was raised with a lot of kōrero surrounded around me, a lot of mātauranga handed down to us, and a lot of growlings as well. But those growlings taught me many things. Tirorangi Marae is located under Kororua Pihu, also located between the two rivers that provide sustenance for our people, the Wāngai Huawa and the Tomotomoariki stream.
Oh, kia ora hiria. We're Rakatapauma Marae, just south of Wairau, and we're part of Ngātirangi, and we're one of the southern marae of Ngātirangi, of Ruapihu.
What makes Rakatapauma or Rakiri special?
That's a very spiritual place for me, and our church up there as well. You know, it's it has many things.
How is Rakatapauma Marae supporting Matariki Mā Puanga on the 20th?
So we've got one of the rōpū who are supporting the celebration out at Tirorangi, Te Kura Nui o Pairangi. They were one of the performers at Te Matatini this year. So this is their base, and it's lovely to have our family home, and the significance of the name of Te Kura Nui o Pairangi. And so they're coming into the heart and the realm of Pairangi as well. So, and then we've got kai mahi, each marae's being called for different kai mahi to come and support different aspects of the day, through to the, kai manaki and manaki e ngā manuhiri me rātau e hara mai nei I rongi te marae o Tirorangi.
Tēnā korua, where are we today?
We're on Te Pā Station. It's part of the Aotearoa Whanganui Incorporation. We're a sheep and beef breeding operation, about 5,700 hectares in the Maimarino.
What do you both love about where we are right now?
Look around you, eh? Everything's here. Beautiful country, all the bush and stuff. We do a lot of hunting and stuff with our family and workers, and yeah, it's all here.
Our aim for tonight is to drill down on our teams, drill down on which kai mahi are coming from Ngātirangi Trust.
We are currently at TPT, Te Paitata. This is, I'd say, where all the magic happens for our iwi organisation.
25 will be coming on Tuesday for the film crew.
Tonight we are currently having a briefing of Matariki Mā Puanga. My grandmother is Gauti Akapisa. She is the marae coordinator. She's confident, she's strong, and most of all, she's independent and resilient. And I guess that's what you'd want in a leader. I think everyone's nervous and wary as well, but also very excited to be hosting Matariki Mā Puanga this year. I feel like when we get to the day, everything will just flow freely, smoothly, because it's not only us, the haukainga, it's not only our marae, it's not only our iwi, but it's our tūpuna as well who have our backs.
Tēnā koe hiria, we're at Ngā Mokai Papakainga, and we're part of Ngāti Tongoiti, a hapu of Ngātirangi, and this is a papakainga for our from our tūpuna Pauapa Teriaki.
What does Matariki mean to you?
Matariki, a time to reflect on the year before, a time to plan, and a time to give thanks give thanks to those who have passed and help them on their way to the next stage of their journey, and also thanks to one another.
How was Ngā Mokai contributing to Matariki Mā Puanga this year?
As people, we support the kaupapa of Matariki Mā Puanga by providing people to help do some of the work that is required, or actually a few bits of the work. Also opening up the marae so that those who are travelling in to support the whole kaupapa are able to be housed reasonably close to the principal marae where Matariki Mā Puanga is being held, and just basic manaakitanga, really.
As a rangatahi, Matariki to me isn't just about the celebration of the new year. It's about the people. The people in the back, the people in front, those who have passed on, and those who are yet to come. And I am definitely excited to see a lot of my wanaunga in one place under a kaupapa that is beautiful and not at a tangihanga.
Ka mutu pea ātāhua rawa atu tērā kaupapa. And that's just a taste of the behind-the-scenes magic happening here at Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune. The kai's being prepared, the whānau are gathering, and now we pause as we prepare to take part in one of the most sacred traditions of Matariki, the Hautapu.
This year, Matariki Mā Puanga is our theme, as you've heard, which expresses reverence for the star cluster Matariki reappearing in our night skies with all its connections and meanings, and also Puanga, the bright star Rigel. Many of our iwi, like Ngāti Rangi here, also look to as a marker of the new year.
Now, e haere ake nei, coming up next is the traditional Hautapu ceremony, honouring the rising of Matariki. At 7 o'clock, we head back out to visit the wider whānau and their contribution to this special day.
At 7:20, we have the Matariki address with MC Elijah Pue, Professor Rangi Mātāmua, Che Wilson, and the Honourable Paul Goldsmith. After that, Te Kuranui o Pairangi with a special Matariki performance.
And then at 8:20, we enjoy Matariki events in Te Wairoa. Now, one of the organisers, Hene Flood, says that their community has had to really count on each other through tough times recently, so they're making sure their Matariki kaupapa are uplifting, accessible and exciting for all.
Ka mutu, he ngaho kei te haere, we have performances from Mohi Allen, Asia Ropata, Seth Hapu, and also the Te Reo o Te Arepa Rātana Mōrehu Silver Band.
We have reactions here and stories from around the motu and looking around the world.
Tēnā ka te whakariterite te iwi, as you can see, they're now preparing themselves and getting ready for this Hautapu ceremony, which you will be able to follow through the subtitles.
Ka ati kia whakawhitiwhiti atu tātou, ki te marae ata I tēnei wā.
And I've just received a message in my ear that I te wā ka rere ngā haki, koutou te hunga wahine, ka taia koutou te tuku I te reo pōhiri, te reo karanga, ki te rā, ki ngā haki anō hoki. Ka pai, so I wānga I te here moni, I te wā ka rere ngā kara, koira te wā ka taia koutou e tātou. Tātou, koutou. I'd love to, but... Not today. One day. Welcome to those of you who wish to give karanga. You're welcome to do it at the time of the flags.
You're watching our live coverage of Mānawatia Matariki Mā Puanga, and as you can hear, we have the haukainga Ngātirangi just doing their final preparations. Stace getting the final instructions from te haukainga's very own Elijah Pue.
Letting the women know that when we see the flags flying, they are free to send their karanga to welcome the new day. Che Wilson will lead us now in the Hautapu ceremony.
Tatui kai runga tatui e rangi tanei tatui I te tai o te tau e tū nei. Takina mai rā Puanga, takina mai rā tautoru. Takina mai rā Pūtara, takina mai rā tau matakuku. Takina mai rā Matakeuru, takina mai rā te uiui a Matariki. O Puanga nui o te rangi kai runga, ko Matariki Mā Puanga ki te rangi. Ka putaki wao ki te waia, ki te ao marama. A tōruki, tōruki, paneke, paneke. Tōruki, tōruki, paneke, paneke. Ora mai te toki, au mea uie. Putanga ki te waia ki te marama. Ka kai te rawe iwa, purutia mai ra tatawia mai wa. Tana tamauri kawa kapiki, tana tamauri kawa kakake. Ko tamauri a tana i ariki, ko tamauri ka irunga, ko tamauri a rangi. Ko tamauri ka i arangi nui a tana. Piara tarangi irunga nei a pūtanga ariki nāna tūta wakatawina. Tana tamauri kawa kapiki, ko tamauri a tana i ariki, ko tamauri a tana i tawina. Ko tamauri a tana tonga arangi, ko tamauri a tana tonga nuku. Ka puta, ko te tai o te tā ki tā wai au, ki tā marama. Ka urua ai. Turu a witi waka maua ka tūna. Tūna! Tēnei te tai apu wangarui a taraki. Mai te ara puanga nui a tarangi tū, koe mahutanga i te mā tonga tonga. Kau ana rāhua i te tonga mā urupu tonga marangai. Ko atu tahi te watu taraka mai te atapo. Tēnei te tai o puanga e tāunei. E tai wiwini pā ki runga e tai wawana o e rangi. E tai pūpuke ki te wai au, ki te ao marama. Tēnei te wakaere o puanga e tāunei. E wakaere ki ngā nui o te pākirunga, e wakaere ki ngā nui o te ao marama e rangi. E wakapu mau ki te wai au, ki te ao marama. Tēnei te kawa puanga e tāunei. Tēnei te pā nau mai te ao. Turu a witi waka maua kia tūna. Tūna! Uia! Te koroanga e maru te maru nui, te maru rā, te maru māma, awi o ki ta witi. Te rakatu, te rangi tapotu, te rangi ki au tū. E kā tū ki ta matariri ka au tū, e kā tū ki ta ngua ka au tū. Kā tū e ke tia ko i ai tū, marara au. Ka tū tuki matawa ki te rangi. Tēnei te au ka tupu i tēnei te au ka eke, tēnei te au ka rāna ki tēnei te au ka tapatai. Ko te au a wai, ko te au a tū, ko te au a wai, ko te au a ienga. Ko te au a wai, ko te au a rākaiora, ko te au a wai, ko te au a ka ukura. Ko te au a wai, ko te au a rongo mai. Auri au. Pare atu tā ua, pare mai tā aroa ki au nei. Kia wakarango nā me te ati tipua, me te ati tawito. Uri te rangi ka e runga nei, kia wakarango nā me te ati tipua, me te ati tawito. Uri te rangi tā wiri matea ki tai, kia wakarango nā me te ati tipua, me te ati tawito. Uri te rangi ka uri pēra o ki atawa ki nui a e mā. Ko i ai aere ki te moana waiwai, ko i ai pikitia ki te tauru a te rangi. Ko i ai kake ki te watu ki wiwini, ki te watu ki wawana. Ki te watu mau o, ki te watu mau ake. Ki te watu korongota, ki te watu kātaka iwa o kātaka ki ururangi e. Ai! Eke mai arangi. Eke mai e rangi i te wātai. Ko eke kia ki tēnei arakau, ko eke tia ki te tai o te tau. E tūnei. E rongo e wakaere ake kia tūna. Tūna! Uie! Uie! Te waka wini ngā
kurua ai o. Waka unuku, waka urangi, waka utau. Tari tini, tari onge, tari unga, tari wana upai. Kaua nui, kaua roa, kaua awea, kaua maka. Ko iringa nuku, ko iringa rangi, ka manga iringa i te watu he.
Ai, turuturu au i te wakawaua kia tīna. Tīna! Tēnei te tākiritanga o ngā mate o te tau. Ai, ua tūriki ki te rangi atu. Ngāi! Tūri tamanu e pararau rara waka mō makitua ko Ngātarangi. Iriro te tangata i tā mā raki, iriro te tangata i tā mā tonga, iriro te tangata i tā maranga, iriro te tangata i tā mauru. Iriro i tāna pauaka i raki tua tā moana tarina. Ka ia ki tā wainana kura kai ngā kamate tāna i kai atua kai ngā kamate tāna i kai tangata. Ka wakarau i ka tia ki te ka opera nui ka mātaki nā e te tini o tara mai nuku. E ara tai ka mai a kau. E nini ia parata i kai atu e tani. E kupenga a te kupenga, e kupenga kokoti wenua, e kupenga a te kupenga, e kupenga kokoti moana. Ko tūkai ua, ko tūkai toto i tai ko pia i tai ko puta i atu o ka kino. Kia kino i e umana mana. Tai a uti ana ia ki te pō uri ki te pō tongo. Tai a pēra nui ko tai kara te rata ko te kupanga tara mai nuku. Ko kai kari ari a ka waka pai ruati a ka uti o ki katara ki e. Ko tutai kai runga ko tutai e rangi tākiriti a te tini o tara makau kārere. Ai wa turiki ki ta tau nui a rangi nui atu. Nei! Turuturu a uti waka maua kia tīna! Tīna! Atu i ngā wetu o te rangi i te pō. Ko te kāwai tēnei te pō ki teira tangata, kia tū mai te kawara.
Matua te pō, matua te o tēnei te pō i te aetanga o rangi rau, waka papa ta katonei. Ko te pō ka puta e atua e tangata, ko te pō ka puta e marama e wetu i ankorari wa te pō. Ko te pō ka puta e rai ankorari wa te o, ko te pō ka puta te tau au. Ko i te tai a te tau a puanga nui o te rangi. Tā ko te pātua waru, ko te pātua iwa, ko te pātua ngā uru. E ka mai te pāni o uri, te pāni o koe, te pāni o tara. Tara mamanga i te pātiki o te pā i uri, te pā i keu, te pā i kaa, te pā taka ki te oti. Tawita te pā ka tipu, te pā ka rea, te pā tangaroa. Tangaroa atu ki uta, tangaroa atu ki tai. Ka ukura i tei atoki ko pupuke ko maara, ko iringa nuku, ko iringa rangi, ko iringa tau, ko iringa tau manu mea. Huna ki tangata ka tipu te ira tangata, ka puta te tau au i te tai o te tau. Ka puta ki tā wai au ki te ao marama.
Ai, turu au i te waka maua kia tīna. Tīna! Tupua ka katahi te kawata Mātai o Tarangi, tēnei ukira, take rongo. Nā tarua watu mā waka eke tia ta moana wai ta moana tua. Ta moana oru koe a waka tupuria, ta kawara. Ka waka te apiti o Tarangi, kai ta matata o Tarangi, kai ta watuki o Tarangi, kai ta aruru o Tarangi. Hanga wa pue, nuku pue, upue, rangi papa pue, rongo matane. Pue, tau pue, ari pue, oko pue, tangaroa, pue, motuari ki tiki a waiki. Tāne rua nuku tāne, tokorangi te pipi, ta wari te atata. Ta mekurangi ta putunga te tauira ta whaiau, ta marama. Hanga mai te kawa pua, runga te kawa rara, te kawa taia, te kawa tukua, te kawa. Mani e te kawa whaeka, te kawa. Tupu nunui, te kawa, tupu roro e te kawa. Rauwhiwi te kawa, raumata te kawa. Tupu rata, patu te kawa, heka mai te kawa ra. Ko te kawa ra, rangi nui e tānei. Ko te kawa ra, i te tai a te tau e tānei. Ko te kawa ra, puanga nui a te rangi e tānei. E rongo, wakairi ake ki runga ai. Turu au iti waka maua kia tīna. Tīna! Uie! Ko tū te kawaora, tēnei te kura, o te kāui maunga, e tū nei. Tū kia tika. E kuraka au nei, e kuraka wakina. Wakina!
Papa, taku atu tanei te kura.
E kura!
Una, wakina, maira, ai kura mo te tawa.
Kota kura!
Tawiti mai awai ki ano, tēnei te kurai, wiwia tēnei te kurai, rawea maira, ka puta kiwa o ki te waia, ki te amarama e rongo wakairi ia ki ru.
Ko te Hautapu e tūnei, tēnā, tīkina te wakaere. Tata Koranga nui, koranga rā, koranga tau tangata matu. Ora ia tama wakarau ko tā mole mole i tau atai o te tau. Kau mai e maru ki rara mārawa tū ki runga. Ko maru nui, ko maru rā, ko maru nganga, ko maru nganga. Tāna tui tū māngai utaki tū pārara ki tae. Ko maru kai mai, ko maru kai atu, i tā maru a te tau. Tū mai tāne ai Tongarangi ki runga. Ko tāne mauta, ko tāne waitui, ko tāne tari, ko tāne tauiwi. Nati a tari a ere a taku manunui. Ko ati wati koe ngā parira warupe, i te tai a te tau. Tānei tawakaere kā tuku. Ka tuku atu i ngā Hautapu a tāwiri mātea. Ka tuku atu ki te puatau i te o tautaru e tūnei. Ka tuku atu ki te uru a tārangi a tūnei. Tānei tawakaere kā tuku. Ko tawakaere no te ati tipua, ko tawakaere no te ati tauito. Ko tawakaere no tēnei matuai. Nā tāne nā rongo nā tongaroa nā maru. Kia reua kia tama i te amarama. E rongo ma tāne waka iri a ka kirunga kirungai. Turu turu au ti waka maua kia teina. Teina. Aumia huie. E kui mai, koro mai te pō. Maranga, maranga, maranga mai rā. E kui mai, koro mai tēnei atatu. Maranga, maranga, maranga mai rā. Tēnei MΑORI, tēnei te motu. Te tuku atu i te wakaere i te tai a te tau. Kia ua nui mai, kia ua roa mai. Kia rara te toi o te ora, ki runga ki te ariki nui e tau nei. Kia rara te toi o te ora, ki ngā iwi o te motu. Kia rara te toi o te ora, ki te unga e ui ui nei. Me te wakaere ake, ki te tāu nui o rangi nui e tū nei. Te nei te pō. Nau mai te ao, turu turu au i te waka mauaka tīnā. Tīnā! Uie! Tū ke atika. Te poi kōkiri kaiwa o kōkiri, kōkiri, kōkiri. Pai purutia. Tēnei. Tēnei te pō, tēnei te ao, puanga nui o te rangi, te waitutaki o te ao. Kōmaru. Kōmaru o nui te runga, o toke kei aro, papa. runga paua ki raro paua. Ko te wakapu mautanga o te iwi te tai o te tau. Paua ki te wakaere o te tau. Paua ki runga paua ki raro paua. Ki tā more more nunui no rangi. Paua ki tā more more nunui no papa. Paua ki arua peu atu nei. Erea ki runga, erea ki raro. Erea te wakapu mautanga o te iwi. I te tai o te tau. Erea ki te waka ere o te tau. Erea ki runga, erea ki raro. Erea ke au. Erea ke mau. Erea ki rua peu atu nei. Tui ai runga, tui ai raro. Tui a ki te wakapu mautanga. O te iwi te tai o te tau. Tui a te tangata. Ki te wakaere o te tau. Tui ai rato, tui ai wao. Tēnei te pō. Nau mai te ao. Turuturu au i te waka maua kia tīna. Tīna. Tēnei te wakapu mau te iwi. Ki te waha tai, e tū nei. Tupu te pō, wau te pō, kune te pō, ka te pō, tā mare te pō, ka tupuria, ka tupuria. Kai te waka wini ngā tai a te pō, kai te waka wana ngā tai a te o marama. Kai te waka rurutu ngā tai a pūpuke, kai te waka puta ngā tai a te tau au. Manatu ki te rangi kore nau ka tupu te puke i waenga. Koroma ka tū karu kau a kakatau ko ari ka tiki maru. Motu wāri ki tiki awai ki tāna ruanuku tāna tokarangi. Ka marama te o ka wearangi a papa e te kata nei. Tēnei ngā tai kaurua ki te tau au e tau nei. Kai au arangi ko te tai arangi nui e tū nei. Kai tā takanga ai ko tai arango. Kai te inere ko tai o te wai. Kai te paemo ko tai o te ko atu. Kai te kotoko ko tai o te kiare. Kai te pāki ko tai o te mauku. Kai te wawa ko tai o te arakeke. Kai te toto ko tai o te tutu. Kai te mania, kai te weke, ko tai a te rākau, kai te koroki, kai te waraki, ko tai a te manu. Kai te poto, ko tai a te matua i nāna, i kai wā te tākere o te atuna. Kai te pū ana, ko tai a te ai. Kai te uri ko kārera ki roto ki te rākau, kai te roro ua, ko tai a te mātangi. Kai te mātiti, kai te mātata, ko te tai a maru. Kai te rito iwa, ko te tai a te atua. Kai te tui, kai te rapa, kai te ana mai te uira. Kai te uia, kai te ai, ko te tai a pairangi. O ka piri ki te ema ka tupu ki runga papatua, nuku ka tupu. Ko te tini arua tupu e tū nei. Tēnei te tai a te pā, te tai a te o marama, tēnei te tai a pūpuke. Ko te tai a te tau au e tū nei. E rongo wakairi ia turuturu au iti waka maua kia tīna! Tīna! Matariki
Maua ki runga po, ua ki raro po, matiti. Poua ki runga, poua ki raro, poua rikirangi, te matiti o te tau. E au ora ko te rangi kitia, e au ora ki te rangi a painga, kore ua kairunga, ko tupua nuku, ko tupua rangi kairaro. Tuita i tauru a tau toru te ua ka aruru a karunga ka aruru a kararo. Ka kautaku i ka kitai i te eke ngā uru ko maru kai mai, ko maru kai atu. Ko pautu te rangi ko pani kai runga, ko wānui kai runga, ko wānui e rangi. Poua ki runga, poua ki raro, poua, ko te uata i o te tau. E au ki a rangi tu ia, e au ki a ine i te awe awe, e au a ke kiraro, e au rongo ki a papa e takotone. Tu mai puanga i te tua ia i o te rangi, ko maru nui, ko maru roa, ko te watana maru, ko maru au nui kai te rangi atu nei. Poua ki runga, poua ki raro, poua ko te maru o te tau. E au tuku ki runga, e au tuku ki wao. Tākina mai te ara o puanga nui o te rangi, ko takuru anuku, ko takuru arangi, ko te puata whiwhi o tau toru kai runga, ko rupe hati parirau i te rangi, ko marupi api ai te wai. Poua ki runga, poua ki raro, poua ko te tai o te tau. E Aotearoa ki te rangi, e Aotearoa ki te pai ururangi. Ori mai puanga ori, wai mai wakau, ere wa ai te ngā e o te rangi. Poua ki runga, poua ki raro, poua ko ngā pou, o te tau e. Poua ki te waka ere, ki te rangi poua, ki te whakapu mautanga ki te papa. Ere ere a kia u, ere ere a kia mau, pumau tia kia u, pumau tia kia mau. Tāwhiwhi mau ake, tāwhi a kia re ua, kia tamai te au, mara mai,
Oi! Turuturu au i te waka mau ake a tīnā! Tīnā! Ui e! Oi e! Ko te unu anga tēnei! Heiki! Eke ke te ali ali a ki ngā apa apa i ngā au te waka maua ka tīnā! Tīnā!
Nau mai e tara, whakawata mai te awa tūnei. Ka tere, tama ki runga, tere ki au, ka tere, tama. Ka pai ake tō e ka mātangi rara ia, mā rewa tō waka ki runga. Mā rewa tū i te ara, ua nuku i te rangi a newa ki te pai o te rangi. Tēnei te whanatu nei, ko tamanu i te rānana, ko te Hautapu ira. Tākiri mai ko te aiwa o te rangi, ko te kōpeka o te rangi, kararapa ka tui ka uira te rangi, i te tū o te rangi. Ura te rā, whakatūtū te rai, te aweawe o te rangi. Ko tūnui a teika ko te pai o te rangi ka iwaiwa. Tū whakatipua, tū whakatawhito. Ko aura ko ta māhua rangi e tūnei e ai. Tēnei au, te tiori tionga e tioraka nei. Ai a te pō, kia tū mai ko ngā whetū, tākiri ia te ara i kapua. Tākiri ia mai te atai te matapihi o te rāwhiti. Hei te tihi o maunga ruapau. Kia hara mai ko te rā. Kau! Turua uti waka maua kia tīna. Tīna!
Matariki Mā Puanga, Ngāi Tahu ira, ki te motu ki te ao nei e.
Piki ake ngā whara ki te rangi e tūnei. Piki ake ngā ki te rangi e tūnei. Piki rere, piki tākina. Tākina puanga nui o te rangi e tūnei. Tākina Matariki Mā Puanga e tūnei. E tui ka irunga, e tui e rangi. E kara te irunga, e kara e rangi. E aki ka irunga, e aki e rangi. Ka piki ka rere i tirorangi te tahi o te tāi. Ka pita ki te waia, ki te amarama e ai. Uiei! Taiki e! Ka te tuhi ka irunga, ka te tuhi o te rangi e tūnei. E mana i ki nuku, e mana i ki rangi, i paua ki rata i ngā kara, i paua ki rata i ngā ki. Ei tohu ei wakātu ki te ao i te tahi o te tau, e tūnei. Ana nau mai e rea ngā ua o te tau kia piri. Ana nau mai e rea ngā ua o te tau kia tata. Ka rere te toi o te ora ki rata ki ronga i te tangata he wai au. E amarama e ai. Uie! Taiki e!
Wakaeri ia!
Ruru tarangi ngā tata tarangi ai a kirunga ai a kiraro. Autau taruku tāta wiwira mai ta wiwira kaira. Ngā! Tū awi tāta ruku tū awi tāta rangi. Tū apiti tū aropaki. Tū wakararau kiraro ki tā mora nui nā papa. Tū awi tāta ruku tū awi tāta rangi. Tū apiti tū aropaki. Tū wakararau kiraro ki tā mora nui nā papa. Tupu kirara ia. Aranga wakauri a ka kirunga ai. Turu au I te waka maua ka teina. Teina! Auie, uie! Tāria!
Tuira, huanuku I tarangi ana ka wata kirunga kararua paua.
Kia ora kaeri ake te tai o te tau. Ki te tau nui o rangi nui a tāne tūnei. Ko tai te toi a waka tau ana. Turu au I te waka maua ka tīna. Tīna! Ka mura! Koringo! Warangi mai. Karamai si mai. Karamai. Piki mai!
E tū tātou, let's all get warm. And join in the waiata that you've all been learning over the last few weeks, eh?
Tēnā tātou.
Tēnā, are we on? I just said, here we go. Tēnā nō koutou, e raro, please be seated. I'm just hoping to get some volume, Des.
You're watching our live coverage here at the beautiful Tirorangi Marae, where we have just witnessed their outstanding Hautapu Stace. Beautiful ceremony.
This Hautapu, based in Ngātirangi, as you can see, brought together different generations. The thing that is really moving
Beautiful.
to me, Mātai, is that look at some of these young tamariki that are involved. They will remember this day for generations. They will take their own mokopuna on this journey, and the reinvigoration of these ceremonies, particularly with relevance to Puanga, as you can see, it's really brought the iwi together. They have done themselves proud, but also they've moved us all. We had the haupaua, where they fed some steam to the stars to thank them for everything that they give us in our environment. We had Te Ariki Nui Kuini Ngā Wai Hono i Te Pō as part of that haupaua, offering the whakahere, offering that kai that we saw come right out of the hangi in front of our eyes.
Yeah. Those were great pictures. They literally brought it from the hangi pit, brought it forward, and offered it to, as you say, Kuini Ngā Wai Hono i Te Pō. And staying with Te Rā Kaupapa, a nice tribute paid to Kingi Tuheitia when they, were making offers to the stars.
Oh, that part really got me as well. That was a very emotional part as we recognise those who have passed in the last year. And we'll look back at some of those images now. Because although we say Matariki Mā Puanga this year and look at the differences in the ways we celebrate and commemorate, there are so many similarities. And those themes bring us all together in terms of remembrance, in terms of gratitude, in terms of looking to the year ahead.
Akati, ane wetahi tipakonga. Let's have a quick look back at some of the highlights.
Kamaru kai atu, tamaru atata. Ko tai te toi awa ka tau ana, turu au I te waka MΑORI tēnā! Kamura!
Loving that majestic view from Koro Ruapehu as well, Stace, during that Hautapu ceremony.
As we say, Ruapehu, the majestic maunga that we have just seen, is known as Koro Ruapehu because we literally look to Ruapehu as our grandfather, a koro. So Koro Ruapehu looks down and was magnificent, majestic, called upon in these moments of these rites. As you can see, we have so many people here today experiencing something so significant and a real reclamation for Ngāti Rangi, and we believe 5 years of preparation.
It has been 5 years, yes. We were talking to to Shea Wilson, who of course you would have seen there leading his people, saying that it's been that long in terms of the preparations for this magnificent event. And all the home people here have been excited. Talking to some of the kaituku karakia, they were a little bit nervous, but they've delivered this morning, and I got ihi noa noa katoa taku kiri, goosebumps throughout that ceremony this morning.
This is when people really step into the moment and they absolutely opened the heavens. It was incredible. I just want to clarify for people who are watching and maybe thinking, Waikato Tainui there on the marquee. Now, that is because it is a very kind offering that Tainui has brought along a tent, because there's a lot of things to offer on a morning like this. So it's not actually that we're in that rohe or that area. There you can see the marquee. It's more that it is something that is lent. Elijah, so could we please borrow your marquee, because there's so many people to host this morning. And as you can see, the emotion is so high, it's so special, because we've looked at so many different aspects of this understanding of Matariki Mā Puanga.
Pai, tēnā koe era whakamārama, Stace. Right now we're going to head out to Te Aorere Pewhairangi, who is standing by with a manuhiri. Kei a koe e hoa?
Ai, tēnā rā kōrua. I'm lucky to be joined by one of the tohunga i taki ngā karakia ki a Puanga i tēnei ata, and he also just happens to be my best mate. Pare, first question, how cold are your feet?
I didn't notice until you pointed them out. Freezing.
Tuatahi ake, beautiful ceremony. E pēhea ana o Piropiro, how are you feeling at the moment?
Feeling great. We've accomplished what we set out to achieve, and ko tau te wairua.
Miharo. And how long have you been e takatū ana koutou preparing for this moment?
As a group, we've been preparing for Puanga and our Hautapu ceremony for about 5 years. But this ceremony in particular, since rangi through the hospital pass last year.
Ai, tika tonu tērā. And can you talk me through the ceremony i tēnei ata and ona wāhanga rereke?
Yep, so our ceremony, it's about inclusion, and so you would have seen that we would have had our tāne amongst our wahine, amongst our kaumātua, amongst our tamaiti mokopuna, and to try and have a collective intention into our purpose. And started with te tai o Puanga, so the tides of Puanga, to call Puanga, followed by te tākiritanga, to send those that have passed to be stars in the sky. Kātahi ko te whakahere, to offer our offerings to our atua, to our whetū. And then it's the whakapūmo, the binding of the people to our atua, and to us as a collective.
Pare kai tāpiata, tēnā rawa atu koe i whai wā ki te koro mai ki a mātou i tēnei ata. Back to you two in studio.
That was such a beautiful whakamārama there. Pare just took us right through everything that the ceremony created, all the aspects of it, all of the considerations, all of the intentions. That was a theme that you could see with the subtitles came through. It's all about the intent.
Yeah. Now, if you've just joined us at home, because, you know, Stace, huri te moti kare kore he nui ngā hui. There are probably so many Matariki events happening at home. Some people may have missed this beautiful hautapu. They may have been at their own hautapu in their own town or village. So ngā mihi matukui kia koutou katoa. Welcome to Tirorangi Marae here in Ohakune.
As you can see, we are here under the majestic maunga of Ruapehu, and we are celebrating Matariki and Puanga as well, the stars that signal Te Mātahi o Te Tau, the first month of the year in Māori understanding. So, manawatia a Matariki Mā Puanga. We welcome all New Zealanders, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. If you've just woken up, welcome to this new day, welcome to this new year.
Mai ore ore wakatupu anuku, mai ore ore wakatupu arangi. Ue ki te pau ora ki te ure tūnei, ue ki te pau orua peu e tūnei, ue ki te pau o muri motu e tūnei, ue ki te pau o te tai o te tau e tūnei. Tēnei te wakaere o puanga e tēnei. E wakaere ki ngā nui o te pōkirunga, e wakaere ki ngā nui o te omara maerangi. E waka pūmau ki te waiau, ki te omara e mā. Tēnei te kawa o puanga e tēnei. Tēnei te pānau mai te ao. Turuturu a witi waka maua kia tīna. Tīna! Uia! E kura! Ua mai tangara ai ta kiwa te pō. Ua nai ta pai ai na ko tangara ai ta wai tai, ko tangara ai ta wai mari. Hamamara ai ta wātiti o te tau. Au mai e ranga mai nā ka koe kai ta wānui o tau. Karanga nui, karanga rā, karanga tau tangata matu. Au mai e maruki rara mārawa tūkirunga. Kamaru nui, kamaru rā, kamaru nganga. Tāna tui tū māngai utaki tū pārara ki tae. Kamaru kai mai, kamaru kai atu. I tamaru a te tau. Kia ora kaerea ke te tai o te tau, ki te tau nui orangi nui a tāne tūnei. Ko tai te toi a waka tau ana, turuturu au i te waka maua kia tīna. Tīna!
No mai hoki mai e te, we welcome back to our live broadcast here at the beautiful Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune. Now, if you're still getting your head around the meaning of Matariki, kawe a wangawanga, don't worry, the essence is beautifully simple. He ngāwari noiho. It's a time to reflect, to celebrate and to reset. We begin by reflecting, remembering those who have passed and honouring the journey we've each travelled over the past year. Then we celebrate by reconnecting with whānau and friends, sharing kai, laughter and quality time together. And finally, we reset, setting intentions for the year ahead with a renewed focus on well-being, balance and growth. Now this morning we were privileged to be hosted by Ngāti Rangi, and right now Stacey is joined by one of their kai karakia who played a special role in this morning's powerful Hautapu ceremony. Kei a koe, Stace.
He tika tau mātai, special role, one that really got my eyes leaking actually. Tēnā rawa atu koe, ngā puti puti akapita. You were stunning this morning. You've just seen some pictures of what happened as it looked on the outside, but how did it feel for you?
It felt really emotional. I think to be home and I rongo I taku iwi te whānau, and just being embraced by the love and everybody around us.
What sort of preparation did this take? Can you help us understand what that took? And I see the look on your face kind of explains it too.
It took a lot. I think Mātai said we had to reset, refocus, and because I was also a part of the organising team, and so trying to refocus from organising into kai karakia, kai karanga, it wasn't hard when you had people in the same space. I think they had the same intentions. So when we just refocused ourselves in tow, we just sat in our own peacefulness.
You're doing so well because you're the organiser, yet I'm taking you away from all of these things you need to do, but your eyes aren't darting, so you obviously feel very comfortable that everyone's got it sorted behind the scenes.
Oh yes, I'm very, very comfortable because it's our village.
Yeah.
It wasn't just one person, it's everybody. Especially our marae, our kaimai, our iwi, our wānau, just hands all in.
Ai, he maha ngā mahi hei kawe mā koutou. You had a lot to do. But as you say, you took yourself into that moment as kai karanga, kai karakia. I look at your face and I thought you were really in that moment. What do you think strengthened you today?
Koaka tupuna. Yeah, koaka tupuna. Those that have passed really strengthen me when we get into moments like this, when I get into moments like this. And I can connect with them in some way. I don't know how to explain it, but that's the moment
I actually think your presence, that really explained it, and the look on your face. And so when you look at the younger ones who are here today, what are your hopes for them as they carry on this tradition?
Kia maia, kia pupuri tonu i ngā taonga tuku iho, o ngā mātua tipuna, kia kore rawa rātou wareware. Ngā taonga kei roto i a rātou, so that the motu can see.
Yeah, so that they're brave, they hold on to what our tupuna left us, and they know that they can do this, they really can. You've done so much to bring this day together. And actually, let's now have a look behind the scenes, what it took in terms of gathering kai here for Tirorangi Marae on this beautiful day, Matariki Mā Puanga.
Tēnā koutou, ko Hiri Henti tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no Ngātirangi me te Āti Haunui a Pāpārangi. E noho ana au ki Tirorangi Marae, ki te karioi nui o whiro, i te tao tōku kuia. Tēnā korua, kei wea mātou, wea oi.
No tēnā tātou, kei tomo ari ki tātou, e puna ora no tō tātou iwi, o te rā no te wenua.
What is the importance of the tomo ariki?
The importance of tomo ariki, ai ki ngā kōrero a ngā tupuna, he puna no te wenua tēnei, ka pipi mai te wenua tēnei wai, no reira, e kore e kite ai te rama i tēnei wai, no reira he ora ki roto i tēnei wai, o te rā ngā kai ngā hua ki roto i tēnei wai oki.
It's a wāhi tapu for us. I used to be here a lot as a tamariki, and I know there's an abundance of things in this puna that could help the whenua.
Kapa, what are your contributions to Matariki Mā Puanga?
Kei a koe.
Ngā kua tā mai tātou ki te rapuhia mō ngā kaura. Kia tātu tātou te watu ngā kaura ki ngā atua ki roto i tō tātou wakahere i tēnei tau mo te Hautapu. O te rā ngā tuna uki, e rā ngā kai ki roto i enei wai. Ki tātou, ka wakanui a tātou i a puanga. Ko ngā pau o puanga ki tātou, ko rongo, ko maru, ko tangaroa, ko tāne. E orite e rā pau ki ngā pau o Matariki, ko tupu anuku, ko tupu ārangi, ko waiti, ko waitā. So he orite, engari, he pai ki tātou, nā mea ki roto i a maru.
I have been given the role of taking lead of collecting our kaura and tuna for a puanga celebration for our people, because it's our first time that we've got to celebrate puanga in our rohe, which is the perfect space for it, because we've got the heart of the North Island just in the background of us, which is koro Ruapehu. So the best place to bring your heartbeat back is right here.
Boy or girl?
Tāne mā. See those little white things here? That's a, and then these here, this one hasn't got it?
Oh, yeah.
Wahine. E maha ngā ritenga he ai ki te kuhi kaura, ko ngā ritenga i hapaiti ai e tātou, e tamariki ai tātou, me o mātou kuia o te rā ngā mātua. Ka haere tātou ki roto i te puna ātinana, ka ruku, Engari, kore te ruku ki raro i te mahunga, ki ngā puku iwi anake, ka timata tō tātou ko tēnei taonga ko te wiriwiri. I reira ka wiriwiri koe ki raro i roto i te puna, ka haere mai ngā kaura ki waho. Ore te ki ngā tuna, ka wiriwiri koe ki raro, ka puta mai ngā tuna, ka panga koe ki runga i te papa. Kia tātu te wānau, e haere mai ki te tautoko i a koe, te ko i ngā kai i te wā, i roto i te awa a koe.
Hakura Rob, where are we right now?
We're at MāORI, called the Bull's Nest. We're in here just slicing up some meat for the puanga.
What else, other than hunting, within this course that the rangatahi do?
Yeah, we've got Matariki. We teach them everything from growing seeds, raising the seeds up to a point where we can put them in the garden in the mara here.
Yeah, because I was talking to one of the uncles and they were saying that you also talk to other people and, you know, grab some mātauranga from them, grab some learnings.
Yep.
Like the maramataka?
Yeah, well, I've been trying my best to understand the maramataka and we try and run by it as much as we can.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you grow in your mara?
All our brassicas and that, the general stuff that our wānau and that eat. All the cabbages, collies, broccolis, silver beets.
Do the kids take them home sometimes?
Yes, definitely, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and we also give out to kaumātua and those that need. Yeah, we're always dishing out kai.
What we're doing here is mahinga kai, so doing mahinga kai through EIT. Hold it up, give it so it doesn't have stick.
Yep.
And that's about learning about how to get our own kai, grow our own kai, forage in our ngāhere.
Are these all for preparations for Matariki?
Yep. Yeah, so we've been in charge of getting the kai, gathering for our for puanga, and boys have been doing good. Got heaps, got a venison, pork, been going out getting some tuna.
Oh, neating.
So what we're doing now is just skinning them up and about to process them for kai.
Sure.
Tēnā koe Hiria, what a wonderful look behind the scenes at all the mahi it has taken to prepare for this incredible day. Te aorere, that's how you actually cut up meat, just if you didn't know. Without
Mr. Mahinga Kai.
Without any social media edits. So see, look at this. Now this is a time lapse, obviously. That's looking pretty good in terms of hangi preparation, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And what I love about Matariki and Puanga and the revival of this ceremony is that everyone plays a role and everyone's role is acknowledged. I love this morning how the hangi master, he's there at the back of the hangi and then he's bringing the offering in his overalls, you know, to give to the Queen. Koera te ātāhua o tēnei wā o Matariki Mā Puanga. It allows everyone, ko te amorangi ki mua, ko te hāpai o ki muri, to take
he
part.
tohu rangatira hoki, and we know that high vis means that you are a highly important person. Kia ora.
The other interesting point we should make very quickly before we head inside to the wharekai is that those at home, you don't necessarily need a hangi today, so don't think that you need to go and find a spade and a piece of garden in the backyard to make a hangi.
Yes, I was told off by Hemi Titan actually, because he went all the way from Auckland back to his kainga up north to cut down some manuka for his hangi, and then he saw me and Rangi cooking ours in the kai cooker, and he was like, ka mahu e tā korua ki mai. It doesn't have to be a hangi in the ground, it's just the intention.
You can do whatever you want to do, but today and here at Tirorangi Marae, they do have very important guests, and so their wharekai is all ready and all set.
There it is. Let's head inside now. We have a couple of kai kōrero that are going to be taken to the stage very soon, so let's head to our MC, the fantastic Elijah Pue.
Noho nei te ahure wa tapu, ko pāpā kingi pōtatau, kingi tūheitia, pōtatau ko wero pōtatau. Kei te whare kāwhiariki o pōtatau, tireriri a tau, whai mara. Minister Goldsmith, Minister Pōtaka, Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua, Members of Parliament, Suze Redmayne, Carl Bates, the Honourable Willie Jackson, Te Anau Tuiono, Mayor Weston, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou. I extend a warm welcome to the representatives of the diplomatic corps from France, the Netherlands, Germany, Hungary, Poland and the wider EU. Tēnā koutou mōrena. We're honoured to welcome you here to our home, this magnificent landscape that is known as Ruapehu. This village, Karioi, population 10,000. We gathered here today. We're gathered here today with populations probably doubled in the last couple of days. Welcome to Karioi, welcome here to Ohakune. We're gathered here at Tirorangi Marae within the Ngāti Rangi Rohe. However, we represent the marae spread right across the vast expanse of Ruapehu and the vast expanse of Te Kāwhiwanga from the mountains to the sea. And it's our great privilege to host you all at this important event. And while Ngāti Rangi serves as the venue, we're actually hosting on behalf of our relations from Rangitike, from Taranaki, from Wanganui, and all areas in between. We're proud to present Matariki Mā Puanga, a celebration that honours our shared connections from the mountains to the sea. Put simply, if you imagine a ware tūranga kōrero o Puanga Nui o Te Rangi, or simply a ware, the tāhuhu, the ridgepole.
Kia manawa nui mai rai tiwi. We apologise for the technical difficulties we are having here at the moment, but Elijah Puhe is ko tīmata wana kōrero, says.
And this is where we are benefiting from the New Zealand Sign Language. My sign language is a little bit rusty, but also with a little bit of lip reading. Elijah has been thanking everyone, obviously, for coming along, recognising all of the dignitaries, which include Te Ariki Nui, Kuini Ngā Wai Honoi Te Pō, and talking about how Ngāti Rangi are the host today, but they recognise that really the kaupapa is bigger than all of us. He did allege there are 10,000 people who lived here, which got a bit of a laugh. We think maybe not that many, but obviously a huge privilege for them to welcome everyone here today and to reinvigorate this understanding of Puanga. Maunga, see? You can sing Maunga, everyone can understand Maunga.
A reference to Ruapehu, korore Ruapehu there.
As you can see, it is a beautiful wharekai. Not the biggest though, and so we have some who are seated inside the wharekai. As you can see off to the end there, the largest marquee, that is where people are.
Oh, I love these shots. I mean, we're really going backstage, aren't we? This is where all the real mahi happens, Mr. Mahi Ngakai, te aurere.
Me te aha, tāku I rongo ai, they can seat 100 inside and an extra 200 outside in the tent. But I did speak to the hangi master and I asked him how many hangis they put in the ground, and they put 500, just in case, you know, the neighbour and extras.
Well, that's the nature of marae. You can put a hui on and you can estimate how many people are coming, but it really depends who turns up on the day. And why wouldn't you come to this incredible venue and this incredible ceremony, the Hautapu that we witnessed this morning? Hepe he o whakaro te aorere.
What I love about this moment and what I love about how much extra hangi they've put in the ground is that it's an early morning, and then you have a feed. I like to have a nap and then
They're
wake
still
up
there, look.
and have another kai.
And hangi just improves with time.
Yeah,
the next
second
day.
and then the third cooks kind of like boil up. The longer you wait, the better it tastes.
And that will be the same as well when we consider this kōrero. That'll be even better because we've waited just a little time. So, of course, have now to Elijah Puhe.
About kotahitanga and doing things together. Matariki Mā Puanga, mā te Māori, mō te katoa. Matariki Mā Puanga, while led by te iwi Māori, we do it on behalf of all of our peoples that call Aotearoa home. And so those of you who have come from near, those of you who have come from afar, those of you who have come from Ngā Mōkai just down the road, tēnā koutou. Welcome to celebrating Matariki Mā Puanga, led by Ngāti Rangi this year, and it has been our great honour. Our first speaker to share some kōrero with us this morning really needs no introduction, but the introduction I will use is his name is Che Wilson, Che like chocolate, not Che like chocolate. Che has been leading this kaupapa on behalf of all of us here at the marae and here at home, and it's my great pleasure to have him share kōrero with us, kōrero with you all this morning. So please give him a very warm welcome to the podium. E te whānau, Che Wilson. O mai te pakipaki.
E te iwi tēnā koutou, e te motu e mātakitaki mai nei, tēnā tātou. Kei te ariki nui, e rere tonu ana ngā mi I kia koe, o tira ki ngā rangatira o te ao o te motu, kua tatu mai, rire au, pai mā rire. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, as we come together to celebrate Matariki Mā Puanga, a special time, because Matariki Mā Puanga can show the country and the world that even where there is difference, we can still work together. Even where there is difference, we can find a solution. And so I stand here proud to be part of our iwi, hosting you all here today and hosting you that are sitting at home watching us. Because it's time for us to dig deep and listen to each other to find solutions to go forward. It's truly a proud moment to be here at humble Karioi, where it's 27 degrees in your car, and more so to have experienced all of the elements over the last week as we prepare, which is a great sign for us. And so I want to acknowledge everybody. I'm also mindful that the journey of Puanga has been a journey for about 20 plus years, where different people around the country and around our region of Taranaki, Whanganui and Rangitike have been doing our own research. And it's thanks to the leadership of Dr. Mātāmua, of our cousin Rangi. Over the last 5 years, we've been able to come together to share our research with each other, to create the whare of Puanga that Elijah spoke about. And in doing that, work out what's the same and then acknowledge what's different. And in doing that, be able to do what we did today. I'd also like to acknowledge those throughout our region who also chose to do their Hautapu today so that we could karakia together. Though we are in different places, karakia together. We'd also like to acknowledge those that represented our other regions of Taranaki and Rangitike in our karakia today. And not just the karakia, the words that you heard this morning, but the growing of the kumara in Taranaki, the weaving of the muka around the turuturu in the Rangitike, and bringing everything together so that Taranaki, Whanganui and Ngāti Rangi were all present. Taranaki, Whanganui and Rangitike were here today with Ngāti Rangi. So, in closing, there was a question, and that question was, is it Matariki Mā Puanga or is it Puanga Mā Matariki? And the social media content failed to pick up the most important part, where there may have been a bit of a wrestle. And then I said to Rangi, do you want to go? And he said, oh no, we're too old for that. But what's important is if you read nature anti-clockwise. And so Puanga rises first, then Matariki. Today, Puanga was very bright. And in true form, I have to correct the record, and it's t-shirted now. It's t-shirted now, and it's Puanga Mā Matariki. And this is for Rangi to correct the record, and I'd like to present this to you when I get back to the table. On that note, e te motu, e te iwi, e tau nei, e taku ariki nui, ka nui te aroa, ka nui ngā mii, uri noa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. It's on record now. Kia ora tātou. Hei tūranga.
Tēnā koe anko. Now, e ki ana te kōrero, kaore te kumara e kōrero mana mo tōna ake reka, e hika mā. What's happening to my words? Kaore te kumara e kōrero mo tōna ake reka. But I just want to say, as Uncle sits down, he's been leading this kaupapa not just for Ngāti Rangi, but for the motu this year. And so I do want you all to give Che a big round of applause for the mahi that he's led together with Rangi in the last 12 months. Now, the waiata that you heard, Tu Mai E Koro, that was a bit of a practice for me. I haven't done that in a few years. Hoi no. Hopefully the cameras didn't quite pick up some of my mistakes. That song was composed by Che some 7 years ago in 2018 at the signing of Rukutia Te Mana, the Ngāti Rangi Deed of Settlement at Rakatepau Marae. And it's a great reminder of the journey that we've been on as an iwi to bringing us here today, 7 years post-settlement. Tēnā koutou. Our next speaker also needs no introduction, but I'll do my best. It's a great privilege to have him here with us today. Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua is a renowned scholar and expert in Māori astronomy. He has dedicated his career to researching and revitalising traditional Māori knowledge, particularly focusing on the significance of Matariki. And now he's also going to start a brand new project on Puanga Mā Matariki because he now has the shirt as well. Rangi's work has been instrumental in bringing together the awareness and understanding of Māori celestial traditions to both Indigenous and wider communities here in Aotearoa. His contributions have not only enriched cultural heritage, but also fostered a deeper appreciation for the interconnectedness of the natural world and Māori cosmology. E te whānau, please welcome the Chief Advisor Matariki, Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua.
Kei taku ariki nui, e mihi ana ki a koe, kei te minita, kei ngā minita, kei ngā rangatira, o tira tātou katoa i tēnei ata, tēnei te mihi nui, tēnā tātou. I actually tried to get out of speaking and allow others to come up and share their thoughts and ideas. And I really don't have much to say other than the fact that Ngāti Rangi, I want to mihi to you all. I want to mihi to you all for allowing us to be part of your unique celebration. In my mind, I have a clear notion that this kaupapa will not survive if we only have a single centralised narrative or approach to the Māori New Year. It's wonderful to be Māori and to have these collective notions of mana, these collective notions of identity, these collective notions of culture. But part of that also is a diversity that exists within us. And these things are not bad. They are not difficult. They're actually strengths. Diversity is a strength. And the whole notion of Matariki Mā Puanga, or Puanga Mā Matariki, I guess, is unity through diversity. We shouldn't look at the things that make us special and unique as things that should be polarised. Because when they become polarised, people become marginalised. And when they become marginalised, words become weaponised. And when words become weaponised, then people become radicalised. And that's so prevalent in the world today, where we look at things that are different and it becomes polarised and we look at it as something bad. For Māori, we've never ever looked at others' unique elements and seeing them as being an affront to the way we practice. And this kaupapa will only survive if we share it to the regions and say to the regions, you celebrate your New Year the way that's appropriate to your environment, to your culture, to your narrative, and to where you're from. And this is what we experienced this morning, same as we experienced in Ngāi Tahu last year, the same as we experienced in Te Arawa, in Rotorua, in the second year. And long may this diversity and expression of diversity and the strength of diversity continue, because it's the many flavours and the many colours and the many ideas that make us who we are as a nation. And there is not a single person in this country here in Aotearoa who does not descend from people who look to that cluster of stars, whether it be Pleiades, the Seven Sisters, Freya's chicks, bunch of grapes, or Matariki, and use them to understand change in season, new year, and celebration. And on a final note, my cousin Che, thank you for your t-shirt. And yes, you are right, Puanga does rise earlier. From a human perspective, on the ground here, when you look up into the sky, Puanga rises before Matariki. So from a tangata perspective, kei te tika. However, when Rangi Nui looks down at the stars, he looks down on his chest. So he sees the reverse image. So if we want to be terrestrial, Puanga mā Matariki, but celestial, Matariki mā Puanga, kia ora tātou. Please show some love for Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua e te whānau. And Rangi, this is why the Haukainga always have the last word, because while it might be celestial and terrestrial, according to Ngāti Rangi, it's Puanga mā Matariki, and we'll leave it at that. But tēnā koe, tēnā koutou katoa. The waiata that we just sung for Rangi focuses on pikikura, a talisman of kura haupo waka. Pikikura is the name she is known by in the Māramatanga, though her original name is Te Kurarangi. She is one of the gifts given from the Wewel branch of the Māramatanga. She was given to Te Wewel by Mere Rikiriki, and we utilise and petition Pikikura to help when learning anything associated with our Māoritanga. Kura haupo is the waka that carried Te Kura o Hawaii, the sacred knowledge from Hawaii, to Aotearoa. And Pikikura is the pathway we use to call on this wisdom and help us to revive our culture and give us enlightenment. The waiata came through the Wewel branch of the Māramatanga and was shared by Emily Takuira and her in-laws of Haumai Tawhiti, and is a popular waiata throughout our Māramatanga. The reference to hewa
is connecting to illumination and good fortune. The star is where the phrase te paki o hewa, the positive energy of the Matariki constellation during summer originates. And we just think it's a beautiful taonga for us to share with you all as we celebrate Puanga and Matariki. E te whānau, it wouldn't be a national event without representation from parliamentarians from across the House who I have acknowledged already. Representing the government, it is my honour to welcome the Honourable Paul Goldsmith, Minister for Arts, Culture and Heritage, Minister for Media and Communications, Minister of Justice, and the Minister for Treaty of Waitangi Settlements. E te minita, tēnā koe, ho mai te paki e te whānau.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Manawatia Puanga Mā Mataringi. But I'm not going to get involved in the politics of all that. Look, I want to acknowledge, everybody has been acknowledged before, people from all around the world and from near, and particularly Ngāti Rangi. And wonderful to be here at Tirorangi this marae, and to be part of what is a very special occasion. And you know, it's I of course, like most New Zealanders, have grown up with the rituals that came from Europe of Christmas Day, of Easter, and it's I think a wonderful thing that we are adding to that in this country with this Māori New Year, Matariki Mā Puanga, and something unique and something that has an ancient history to it that New Zealanders are learning about more and more each passing year. And so I think it's a wonderful thing, and it was a real privilege to be here in the cold this morning and learning about it. It was nowhere near as cold as last year at Wanaka, so it was actually quite pleasant in comparison. But look, if we think about the opportunity that it provides for us to first reflect upon the year that has been, and to be thankful for things. I think in my family, our eldest son went to a particularly dangerous part of Africa for 3 months. And he came back, and we're very thankful for that. And I think every family up and down the country will be thinking of things that they are thankful for this year. And then we think about celebrating where we are today, and as a family, as an extended group, and as a country, and recognising that yes, we have lots of discussions and lots of arguments and lots of different points of view. But the best thing about this country is that we talk to each other and we communicate, and we strive to find a way forward together in a positive way most of the time, and that's something to be thankful for as well. And then we take stock, and then we look forward to the year ahead, what we can achieve together. And there's so much of that. And when I heard that we were coming to Ohakune and in the middle of winter, I thought, oh dear. But it has been such a wonderful time that we've had since this yesterday afternoon, and we spent last evening at the boar's nest. And heard the stories of young tamariki who have learning so much about life there, and succeeding, and just wonderfully inspirational stories, and recognising the challenges that have been in this neighbourhood over the last year, and how they are being overcome, and how people are working together and making the most of opportunities. That was really inspirational for me, and I'm sure all of you will be thinking of things that you want to achieve in the year ahead. So look, all in all, thank you very much for having us here on behalf of the government and my many parliamentary colleagues who are here all together, and I wish you all the very best for the rest of the day. Manawatia Puanga Mā Mataringi. Thank you very much.
Ka pai e te whānau, that concludes our formal presentations ki rō whare kai. A little bit of argy-bargy was happening in there with regards to the title, Stace, and Te Aorere, you know, the celestial and terrestrial.
Just good banter.
Yeah, good
I
banter.
mean, good orators can offer good banter, can't they? So it's all about Matariki Mā Puanga, which the mā part just means and. So they were going, okay, what order should we have it in? So Te Aorere, you are the final judge. What is the call? It is Matariki Mā Puanga or Puanga Mā Matariki?
No pressure.
Yeah, I'm really feeling the pressure to make the final decision here.
So we'll leave it with you then. How about that at home? But this is where the energy changes a little bit. We have Kapa Haka, we have waiata coming up for you. Tai hoa haere, we've still got so much more to share with you. A beautiful morning ahead.
Why do you make it rain? Why does your sky turn gray in the winter, even spring? Shower everything. This what you call pain. Rangi nui, I think I feel the same in the summer, even fall. Feel it through it all. Ngaroe mata orangi. Suffering is all too real as the seasons come and go. Tears like rivers flow. Ngaroe mata orangi.
No mai auraki mai anō. Welcome back to Tirorangi Marae here in Ohakune. Moments ago we heard the dulcet tones of Seth Hapu, and I don't want to harp on about him, but that was a pretty outstanding performance,
Seth
Stace.
Hapu did have a harp with him. That is the point if you didn't catch it. Te aorere, ka tahi nā te ataatahua ko tēnei. This has been a beautiful day. This is a vibrant marae in action, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And this is the part I love about the Hautapu ceremony, kua mutu te tapu. We've had a feed, the sun is up. Whakamahana i te whenua, whakamahana hoki i te wairua o te tangata.
Yeah.
So we're warming ourselves up, both literally, we're going to have to start taking off the beanies and everything, and also figuratively, because we have waiata kei te haere, we're going to enjoy some Kapa Haka.
Yes, kia whakawhiti atu tātou i nānei. We're going to cross back to the Marae Aotearoa, where Te Kura Nui o Pairangi are standing by to entertain us. Kia mautonu mai. Ka mautuwihi te kura nui o Pairangi there with the beautiful waiata here on our live coverage national broadcasts. Manawatia Matariki Mā Puanga.
You know, it's a good waiata when the sun comes out, literally shining on them like the stars that they are, as seen at Te Matatini as well. So it's wonderful to see them here on their home turf, literally on their marae out there, because that's what it's all about.
Well, Te Matatini is an amazing stage, but karekau he atamira, there's no bigger stage than your own marae.
E mea ana koe. All right, the kaupapa continue here at Tirorangi Marae kia mautunu mai. We are back very, very soon. Our national broadcast here in Ohakune, Amuri ake nei.
Te matua tēnā koe. Tēnā koe. E haia nei ngā kōrero a ngā mātua e pāna kia puanga nou e tamariki ana. E hore kau I kōrero hea. Una I te waia mā te tupu ake ana I te awo te tāhekeroa. Ka hia hea mā te haere ki te hi tuna. Ka tiki nātu ngā aho me ngā rainanga, ngā maunu ka heke atu ki te awo te tāheke. Nā ka rongo ngā mātu e mā te haruru ana e roto te whare heke atu ana ki te hi. Ka pātai mai, haere ana koutou kia o, haere ana mātu te hi tuna. Hoina ki hei kōrero muri mai. Nā hoina ka haere atu ki te hi, ki hei mau te tei tuna, ki hei I āta ngau mai ngā tunara. Hoina ka hoki mai hore kau he tuna. Ka kuhu mai te kuha o muri, ne? Kei tūpuna e ara tuna na ngā mātua, nā ka rongo mai. Hau, he ngā tuna mau ia koutou, re kau I mau te tahi. Nā ki hei mātou I rīria, ngari ka mea mai rātou, e pai ke atu nā ka tohua mai te rā, nā ka heke atu nā mātou I tauara, mara te rereke, ne. Kei ka toa mātou nei pēke I te tuna, ka taka mai te whakaoro, roto ia mātu, he hara nei tēnei me mōhio nei o tātou nei mātu tūpuna ngā rā, e pai ana mo te hopu tuna e rā momo mea. Nea ka tīmata I taua wā ki te hakarongo I warātu nei tohu. He whakāturanga mea na pai ana tēnei rā, ka hore tēnei rā I pai nā I tupu mai I raro I wera momo akoranga. Hore kau I mōhio ki ngā whetū, engari no ngā tau o muri mai, ka haua te ki roto I te whare wānanga I raro I ngā akoranga hoki a te penetana ma mohi waitai a huru tītorema. Nā I roto I wera kōrero I ākuna mai nei kia mātou I roto I te pō, nā ko ngā kōrero nei e pāna ki ngā whetū, ngā kaupeko te tau ne, ngā matiti o te raumati e rā momo kōrero. Nā mai reira ka huri ake ki te āta tiro ki te whakaoro ki tēnei mea mo te tiro whetū. Ngari ia Mātai Tamariki ke ana, ku ere katoana ki wera momo mahi. Ngā mea, ngā kōrero rai waiho hia mai ko te puanga rua. Ahua pērā no hoki ki roto i ngā kōrero ki roto mai o Taranaki, te puanga kairau. Ngari ko wetahi o ngā mea i kōrero ke rātou, ko te hononga o ngā whetū, ka ara mai a puanga ka mōhio rātou koe te tīmatanga. Mea rā ngā kōrero rā ko te tīmatanga o te tau hou. Ka tō anoa a rehua, te tahi o a mātou whetū, ka tō a rehua, ka ara mai a takurua, a koe rā te wā tika ana kia tīmatahia koe, te haka mahina i ngā mea ko haka rite koe i ngā muri mai te aranga mai o puanga.
Nau mai hoki mai anō, welcome back to our live broadcast here from Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune as part of our national Matariki broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga. And so we've had our beautiful Hautapu ceremony this morning. Now we have had our guests move in for their parakuihi, for their breakfast. The hangi smells incredible. And now it is time for waiata, one of the best parts of our day.
I think they call it an encore. Yeah. And you know, an encore's he tohu pai mehe mea kua karangahi anō koutou kia hoki mai ki te marae ātea ne. So we are going to cross back to the marae ātea now, to te Kapa Haka o te kura nui o Pairangi, kei a koutou te wā, karawhiua mai.
Te kahui maunga I te pito te I ka maui tiki tiki a taranga. Tuana te kahui maunga I te pito te I ka maui tiki tiki a taranga.
There we have it, e te whānau te kapa nui o Pairangi, entertaining the multitudes here at the Marae. Kia mau tonu mai, our national broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga, continues here at Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune. We're back soon.
We're in my studio, and this is where I've been making aote for the last 2 or 3 exhibitions that I've had in Tāmaki Makaurau. And it's filled with all of my aote, pigments and tools and beaders, all of the kind of things that I've collected for making aote. I was drawn to aote about 10 years ago when I was learning under Matua Dante Bonica, and he is like a stone tool technologist, and he kind of told me about aote and also taught me about working with stone tools, and I think just that labour-intensive work that emulated the mahi that our tupuna used to do when kind of making tools or gathering kai or making nets to get kai, all of those things, this mahi kind of connected me to the work of our tupuna, and it also connects me to the environment.
We are in what we call B2, which is basically basement 2, and it's the main storage area of the museum. This manu tukutuku, or manu aote as it's also referred to, is a really significant manu tukutuku, manu aote, because it's one of only 2 that we know of existence, and it's the only one of its kind here in Aotearoa today. The other is in the British Museum. This particular one, or this particular version, which has the figurative form in the manu tukutuku, was used specifically for foretelling events or foreshadowing future events and happenings. So it had a particular role, and its particular space between here and Atua, or the skies that it flies within, was deemed to be a sacred connection. So everything from the way that the kite tilted or floated in the sky, right through to the types of omens that those types of activities or formations referred to, were all part of how they were read or used as karere, as messengers, but also as signifiers of events. This manu tukutuku came into the museum's care in 1886 when it was gifted by Governor Grey, but he was in turn gifted it by Wiremu Kingi, Ngāi Tāmanuhiri Rongowhakaata rangatira, in and around that same time. And this particular manu tukutuku, or manu aote, is extremely significant to Ngāi Tāmanuhiri and to Rongowhakaata.
I think there has been a move to reclaiming our toi Māori, our cultural practices. They are, there for us, and they are also, they're inside of us, and we should feel empowered to participate and reawaken them. Like Matariki lives inside the Star House kāinga. I think a lot of our cultural practices relate to the taiao, and that's really important to bringing our people back home to the knowledge systems that are at home and specific to iwi and hapu. And I think that we are really enriched by these cultural practices. And I think it also provides another avenue for us to speak our reo and access old kōrero about the way our ancestors saw their world.
Nau mai, hoki mai te iwi, welcome back to the national broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga, coming to you live from Ohakune, the beautiful Tirorangi Marae. Speaking of which, no tātou te whiwhi, te waimaria kei kōiau i tēnei wā. A man who has run from the Marae Atia to the Wharekai to MC this event. Then he ran to the Kapa Haka to perform, and now he's performing right here on our stage. Elijah Pua, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe mātai, tēnā rā koutou katoa.
Kei te pēhe o Piropiro, how are you feeling now? No doubt there's been a lot of, excitement, anxiousness in the lead up to today.
Ko te tuki, ko ea ngā mahi a Matariki Mā Puanga ki roto i a Ngātirangi, me te honore nui I tau mai ki runga I a Tirorangi Marae tēnei rā. It's been a great privilege and an honour. We're so glad it's gone just as much as well as we had planned for this kaupapa. But if you think about it, Te Kāhui Maunga, we've had Te Matatini, we've had Matariki Mā Puanga, we've got National Manu Kōrero coming up, we've got so much happening in Aotearoa here. It's so exciting.
Yeah, and here's the thing, you're a local councillor as well, on the Ruapehu Council as well, so this kind of kaupapa just kind of enhances and embraces, like Matariki and kaupapa Māori ne.
As I said, Matariki Mā Puanga isn't just for Māori, and it certainly isn't just for Ngātirangi. We will lead this, nā te Māori, mā te katoa, right? We will lead this on behalf of everyone, for everyone. And Matariki Mā Puanga this year's theme is about inclusiveness and celebrating diversity and celebrating Matariki together. And that's what we've done this morning.
Yeah. Let's just go behind the scenes. How has the whānau found? You've had all your aunties, your uncles, your cousins. We've had them at the hangi pit, in the wharekai.
We've also had aunties and uncles that I've never met, so just all of a sudden come for the national broadcast as well.
There's always those
As you
ones.
do. But no, the last probably 3 or 4 months, Karioi has turned into a bit of a village where small townships have been out here preparing for what has been Matariki Mā Puanga. You've seen the hangi, you've seen the whakahere. I think too, the other thing is it's been a learning. We've never done this before to this scale, right? And everyone's doing Hautapu at home, and Che and Rangi have both put out guidelines on how to do these things. But this has been a huge learning for us and a great honour to have Te Riki Nui here and the motu to share in this wonderful occasion.
I tell you what, there may be a few tono coming to Dr. Rangi Mā Tāmua for the next. I mean, it's so grassroots, it's very natural setting here at Tirorangi, so no doubt, as I say, there might be a few tono coming our way.
It was quite intentional. We wanted to ensure that Matariki Mā Puanga ki Ngātirangi looks, feels and breathes Ngātirangi. And so the maunga, you've got our pātaka behind us. It's the first time being held on a marae out of all of the national celebrations that have been held, and that was very intentional. We didn't want to have this at an event centre. We wanted to have it here at home. Tirorangi Marae, Tirorangi, is the traditional marae where we would come and look to the stars and look to the skies. We did think about having it up on koro, but I'm probably glad we didn't, because looking out there it's just a little bit cloudy. Oh no, it was lovely down here.
No, it's beautiful down here. We should also mention the presence of Te Ariki Nui, ngā waihono I te pō, kua tai ātinana mai me te kāhui ariki, eh?
Tika tau, and Te Ariki Nui koini ngā waihono I te pō, ko hoki mai ki tōna kāinga rua. We're very honoured that she has come to celebrate in this occasion with us, come home to Tirorangi, and come home amongst her people here at Ngātirangi and indeed the wider Wanganui River.
Yeah. Elisha, tēnā rawa te koe mō I whai wāhi mai ki tēnei pāhotanga ki te motu whānui o tira ki te ao whānui, ngā mihi nui kia koe te hoa.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou.
I'll let you go back to your Kapa Haka. Eh?
Kia ora, I will, thank you. I've got a performance to do.
Yeah, ka pai. Now, e te whānau, speaking of resilience, pēnei I te whānau nei o Tirorangi Marae, the small town of Wairoa, has weathered more than its fair share of challenges in recent years. In response, organisers Hene Flood and Sarah Bird have shaped their Matariki celebrations to uplift, energise and bring people together. Hene highlighted the importance of making events inclusive, uplifting and engaging for all, while Sarah said that having their kaupapa included in this national broadcast is a welcome burst of positivity for a community that's been through some incredibly tough times. Let's go now to that story about my whānau in Wairoa.
It's great to be here in Wairoa next to the river, and grateful to the support of those that have organised it, like Sarah Bird, also Esther Wainahu and Hene Flood, 3 women that have taken on the kaupapa of Matariki for the community for, I think, 20 years now.
We started the Matariki event because we're always having to travel away to Hastings, Napier, Gisborne.
And we know that travel is difficult. We know that if whānau did go, maybe not all the family were able to participate or go. So why should we not be able to run an event like this to ensure our whānau has access, for one, the ability for our whānau to come and be stallholders and raise some funds. And there is nothing like having things on your own whenua.
First time we came to Wairoa to do Matariki, it was a wet night, and our locals who were helping us said, oh, it's too wet, we'll cancel. But the town turned up, and they said, don't cancel, we'll come out in all weathers.
Even though our weather is not the greatest tonight, and it's a bit makariri, people still come because whakawhanaungatanga is what this event is all about. It's for our people to come together. We unite in this night as a community, and that's a special thing for me and our staff to do for our community.
No mai, tau ti mai, ai, many mai. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good evening.
Also, the unique thing in Wairoa that we've seen is the number of old people, kaumātua, that come out. And I met a kaumātua, she was in her 80s. Well, she said, you know, she's in the 80s. And I said to her, why are you out here? She said, because my mokopuna invited me to come with her. And she's young, and so I've come. And I think that's basically what Matariki is about us coming together to celebrate who we are, to celebrate our land in a way that we can all be proud.
A tuatahi ngā mihi rau a roho ngā kaumātua o te wairo kia tātou katoa I tēnei wā o te Matariki. Tino wā tēnei, tino wā kia whakanui te haramaitanga o Matariki. Nārei ka pia tātou ngā whetu I te rangi, nau mai hara mai Matariki. Matariki ora kia tātou.
No mātou te whewhi, kua whai wāhi atu ki ngā whakataitai a motu ki tauranga moana mo ngā whakataitai Kapa Haka mana kuratahi. Reira, ko tēnei tētahi o ngā kohi pūtia, ka mahi e mātou I roto I tēnei tau. Kia kohi, o kia pai ai te haere a ēnei nā ki te whakakanohi tō tātou nei hāpori, tō tātou nei taone o te Wairoa ki ngā whakataitai. E tū nei hei te noema.
Number 19.
Ka tunu kai ka tahi ka whika atu ki te whaku waiata hei kanohikitia mō nā kuia, hei kanohi, hei whakaaue au I ngā tamariki. Ka tū te kura kaupapa hoki, kia whai whia ko rātou I mua I ngā tangata o te Wairoa, ko te Wairoa he te tino tough crowd.
It's special for our community, and we need kaupapa like this, especially with what we've been through as a district. We come together when there's tragedy, when there's cyclones, because in the end, only we can look after ourselves. We have to look after ourselves. If we get blocked off, we know we've got each other's back.
The other ceremony that we have done and we're doing tonight is around Maumahara with lanterns. And we use that as a vehicle for people to share the loss of loved ones that passed away since last Matariki. And so here in Wairoa, they sent these lanterns out to all the kura, and they invited the children to write messages. And some of them are quite touching if you go and have a look at some of them, acknowledging some of their whānau that have passed away during the year. This lantern ceremony gives a chance for people to express this at a big gathering like this.
Oh, mahi to the organisers, mahi to the people who are on the ground did all this mahi. You know, we can say Wairoa District Council, we can say Sporters Bay, but there's actually particular people that do the mahi. So a big shout out to all of them. And I'm not going to name them in case I miss anybody, but they know who they are. Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou e te whānau te Wairoa. And I dare say, Stacey, many places like Wairoa that we've just seen there with a big, huge community event, this is, you know, a time for them to embrace the Matariki kaupapa.
And it just goes to show there are so many different ways to do that. It can be as simple as just enjoying this broadcast here from Tirorangi Marae. That can be your practice today for Matariki to really get into the moment. But also there are markets, there are festivals, so many ways that we can all engage in this beautiful and important and unique kaupapa. It is Matariki Mā Puanga. Kia ora koutou katoa. We are at Tirorangi Marae, and this is your national Matariki broadcast. It will continue with more waiata a Ohakune very soon.
I grew up in a little place called Te Hauki, and I call it my tūranga waiwai, Ukaipo, and I lived there and with my grandparents. My karo was a farmer, and he was rough around the edges, but he was also the kaumātua of the marae there in our community, where they had a whare nui and a hahi and a urupa right in the middle between the two. So we grew up in the Christian community, but also the marae, and so they blended really well together. And so that's why I grew up, and my karo was also the driver. He had this blue Bedford van, and so when whānau passed, he would drive them up and down the motu, and we used to sit in the back of the van, Bedford van with the two papaku, and it was just normal life. And so when I left there and entered into tangihanga, oh, Matariki, absolutely an awesome time with them. We grew up in Kahununu as the Puanga Matariki, which is both Puanga and Matariki, and grew up calling that Te Waka o Tāki Timu. And so, which was the waka that came in and took, we got different kōrero. You know, we go, haere ki te reinga, haere ki te hone wairua, haere ki te reinga, te rerengonga wairua. And then back home we grew up, haere ki te anu o te atua, ka rere atu ka kahurana, ka rere atu ka waimarama, ka huki atu ki te kupu o Hawaii Hawaii. So what I love about it is that there's so many variations and many different kōrero around Matariki. Taonga Pūro, it was, when I heard it, it wasn't just like listening to a song, it was an instrument that pierced the ngākau and took my wairua on a journey. And the healing that came through that was absolutely brilliant. And so learning taonga pūro and playing for whānau, it allows them to tau, but opens their ngākau, because what we get taught is, especially for our tāne, crying is a danger cry, which then can have massive health impact later on, because if it doesn't come out now, it will eventually turn up in an ugly way. It will turn up in anger, it will turn up in rage. We teach maramataka, we teach about Matariki, and that's around the whare tapa whā. So the whare tapa whā resides in the constellation of stars of Matariki. And when we look at Hiwe, Tarangi and Pahutakawa, one star representing dreams and aspirations and goals, and Pahutakawa representing those that have gone, our ancestors, those that have died. Tōhungo o te whānau is that it's about creating environments so our whānau have a vision, our whānau have a legacy to build on, so reconnecting back, getting their identity back through their whakapapa. Maramataka is, I say in the most simplest form, is knowing where you are. And when you know where you are and know who you are, you can do everything yourself. You become your own kaihautu, you become your own navigator of your well-being.
Nau mai hoki mai ki te marae ātāhua rangatira ake nei o Tirorangi i Ohakune.
Tirorangi Marae. Now, Tirorangi literally means to look to the skies, and we did this morning with our Hautapu ceremony. We have now had a beautiful parakuihi breakfast, and now the kaimahi have been working so hard behind the scenes.
These are the real stars, Stace.
They
the real
are.
Stars.
They are the people who are ringarau pā. They have their hard-working hands, and now they put their hands to wiri wiri and to Kapa Haka as they entertain us all.
A
Ka Motuwehi, there we have Te Hau Kāinga, the home people, entertaining us on our national broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga. We appreciate you tuning in from all corners of Aotearoa as we continue our celebration of Matariki Mā Puanga. Now, speaking of Hau Kāinga, let's cross now to Te Aorere Pewhairangi, who's standing by with one of the home people. Kei a koe e hoa.
Ai, tēnā koe mātai. Otira, tēnā koutou. Arā te kōrero e ki ana ko te amorangi ki mua ko te hāpai o ki muri. As the proverb goes, there's leaders in the front and there's leaders in the back. I'm here with te kuki namatahi or the hāngi master himself, te hiringa. E hoa tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe te ao.
First question, bro, how do you think the hāngi went?
Oh, pretty good because it was cooked.
This morning, bro, is pretty early start. Yep. And it takes a few hours to cook a hāngi. Can you talk me through the timings and the process you had to go through in the last 24 hours?
So when we started picking up the hāngis, we noticed they were quite big. There's 4 veggies, 3 meats, and we were like, oh, we're going to have to start it a bit early. So we lit it up at about 10:30. It was raging by 11, and then we put everything down by about 1:30. Gave it enough time in the hole to be able to be cooked, really. So, yeah.
Have you had a sleep yet?
Nah, not yet actually, but yeah, well, soon enough once we pack down and do all the mahi, yeah.
Massive. And I saw you also involved in the Hautapu ceremony this morning. Can you tell me your role in that?
So yeah, I was just taking the wakahere from the hangi site to Korokeith and Tarikinu. Yeah, so that was pretty much it.
And what are your plans for not just the rest of the day, but for the new year?
Well, the rest of the day we'll start off with that. Probably pack down in that, and then yeah, just sort of. Well, I don't actually really know, to be fair.
Maybe asleep?
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Tēnā rawa atu koe te hiringa te kuki, nā mātahi kāti, koe rā kei a māua i konei te marae ātea. Throw it back to you, Stace.
Kia ora kōrua, high vis, high importance. That was just one of our rangatira that we've met today with Ngāti Rangi here at Tirorangi Marae. Engari Che Wilson, ko ia kai a koe taku rangatira. What an incredible journey this has been for Ngāti Rangi. Can you please tell us how long have you been preparing for Puanga Mā Matariki here at your beautiful marae?
E rua.
Yeah.
We've actually been preparing for the last 5 years. We've been reviving our 5 ritinga throughout the year, the 4 ceremonies for the seasons, and the Hautapu, which is last month, where we send our mate to the pō. It's an evening ceremony. And then over the last 2 months, getting ourselves ready, including tidying up the marae, getting everything ready. It's not our biggest marae, but the name was what was important. Tirorangi, looking to the heavens, so this was the appropriate place to come.
And there's a lot of signs, I believe, that have told you that you are doing the appropriate thing. Have you really felt led in this process?
Absolutely. One of our last practices was at one of the other marae at Aotearoa, and as we were about to do our last run through, it snowed. And snow's a big tohu for us here. And it was good because a few of our team are from other parts of the rohe and they're not used to snow. And I said, okay, these are the rules around snow, just because snow brings out the child in everybody. And so it was beautiful tohu even yesterday through the run through. When we finished, it was a lovely wind that came through to approve everything.
Yeah, so those are the things that you look to. If we could speak to the Hautapu, because we're going to give everyone a moment soon to remember those they've lost in the last year. So in terms of your practice, that was about a month ago, and you talked about how it's for the setting sun. So it's, I mean, there's similarity in the beliefs, but what do you do during a Hautapu?
So during the Hautapu, it's the big moons of Haratua, so around Rako Nui of the Haratua, and we wait for the setting of the sun, and as the sun sets, we start our karakia, knowing that there's a constellation with puanga, tautoru and pūtara in the sky, and it creates a whata, a platform, where we place the mate, and then it descends down to Rarotonga, to Rarohinga, where they then go to Te Tatau Te Pō, and then into the same kupenga of Taramainuku.
Yes, because Taramainuku and the kupenga and these mate becoming stars was part of your karakia this morning, wasn't it?
Yes, and that's why. So we still acknowledge Matariki with regard to the mate. Our recognition of Matariki around food is in summer.
Ah, that makes sense too, doesn't it?
Especially Tupuanuku and Tupuarangi.
Now, while this is all happening, life happens as well. You've been on a hauora journey, you've also had a huge whānau time for you. So how would you describe this last Matariki cycle for you personally?
Well, Te Ao Māori's often said you have a year of silence, and with Dad passing in January, I decided to use the Hautapu. I didn't participate in the karakia. The people did the karakia so that I could release to be ready, free to do Te Tahi o Te Tau, and it was beautiful.
And I think it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Tu mai koe e te rangatira. It has been absolutely stunning, and I think your parents will be so proud of you.
Well, my 85-year-old mother was here this morning,
kia ora.
sitting next to the Queen.
Two queens.
Yeah.
Tēnā rawa atu koe, koe ea ko tutuki pai. This has been just such a beautiful morning.
Kia ora mai.
Tēnā koe Stace there with Che Wilson, a very, very busy man. Ka tahi te rangatira koia mō tēnei kaupapa mō Matariki Mā Puanga. All right, we're going to continue our national broadcast with a waiata next from Mr. Mohi Allen. Kia mātakitaki ake tātou.
Matariki Mā Puanga, te kaupapa e hakakotahi nei a tātou i te wānei, hakanuia. Kei ngā whānau hono mai ana tēnā koutou. My name is Mohi. On guitar we have my brother Eugene, And we're here to jam some tunes for you today. It's such an honour to be here to celebrate Matariki with you all. Kia ora.
Ka kimi, ka rapanoa, I taku maramba, I te po, he whetu, ka tia ho, mumurana I te Aotearoa. Come, let's fly away, I huki te kei, universal weight. It's calling on us, it's time to escape. There's no time to waste, universal weight. It's calling, oh my love. If you're dying to feel I can be what you need, just know my love. If you're dying to feel it, I'll be what you need. You need. Piata, like a shining star, and light up our universe with your smile, your energy. With you was this, I need you, I want you, but in my life, come let's fly away. Universal weight. It's calling on us, it's time to escape. There's no time, oh, universal weight. It's calling on my love. If you're dying to feel I can be what you need, just know my love. You're dying to feel it, I'll be what you need. My love, if you're dying to feel I can be what you need, know my love. You're dying to feel it, I'll be what you need. I'll be what you need. You need. I need you when the rain is falling. You need me in the cold of night. I see you in the winter's evening, your face in the starry skies. I think back to all our moments, wishing I could turn back time to tell you how much I love you. Take me to the highest high. Yeah, 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 yeah. I've been self-medicating, your voice memos on repeat. A hole in my heart you left me, patchwork on my leather seams. I visit you every Sunday, reminisce our glory days, speaking through the sky. Hope you hear me, keep me in the Sunday. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Said in another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. In another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. In another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. In another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. I'm singing on all these stages to you everywhere I go. Keep me in your heart of hearts beats to the day I'm coming home. Yeah, yeah. I let you do rest. Said in another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. In another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. In another lifetime we could fly high, you and I. In another lifetime we could fly high, you and I, you and I, you and I.
Mauri ora kia tātou.
Mauri ora kia tātou katoa. That is Mr. Mohi Allen, me tana waiata rōreka ki o tātou taringa. You're back here at Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune with Mātai Smith, Stacey Morrison and Te Aorere Pewhairangi. Stace, can I just go back to your interview just moments ago with Che Wilson around the Hautapu, and maybe let's just delve into that a little bit more.
Yeah, so at this time we're going to talk about those who have passed in the last year. And Te Aorere, I know you've done a lot of helping us understand the differences with Puanga. And in terms of Hautapu, feel free to interrupt and tell me you haven't quite got it right. But Che was talking about how a month ago they actually used the Hautapu to send the spirits of the people who have died over the last year on their path. And then this morning we saw a different aspect of their journey, and that is sending them to the stars.
Yeah, and I think it's a beautiful process, and that's what mourning is. It's a process, and it takes time. And I guess it's similar to the Pōhutukawa star in the Matariki cluster, but the difference and the biggest learning was Uncle Che said tukuna o mate, and as we know there are two I guess meanings of mate. It's those who have passed on, and also the burdens and the struggles and the things that we carry, and I was fortunate enough to attend the Hautapu process, and I heard that my mum had been sick, mate puku puku, so it allowed me some time to tuku that and to start that new process. So it's a really beautiful ceremony, and what I like about it is you look to the west, you send them with the setting sun, and then you take a month of rest before we welcome the new year ready. To take on ona aupiki me ona auheke.
About that though, I don't think this last month has been very restful for you or for anyone who is involved in this particular day. But like you say, there are similarities, and there's that humanity of grief and how people feel it. But I really like that point that it's also about the things that weigh heavily on us, and that we can send those as well. This is a good time to set them free.
In fact, on that note, today at Te Whānau, we're being enriched with history, haka, waiata, and inspiring kōrero, just as we were 3 years ago when we first celebrated a Matariki public holiday. It feels as though we're entering a new chapter in our cultural and social journey, continuing to grow in both our understanding and embrace of this kaupapa and all that it offers us.
And actually that was a theme with all of the kōrero in the wharekai today, from everybody, from government speakers to the people who are here as well, that Matariki is something to share as a nation, to forge us together under one identity. So let's hope it means we're heading towards a more peaceful, settled, mingling, no more mate, mateship across the motu, because Matariki is a day of reflection. So let's take a little time to look back over the past year, as we just suggested, those highs and lows, the wins and the losses, and to remember those who have passed, acknowledge their contributions, their aroha, their pain and their passions as well.
And also consider what's coming up for you and your whānau in the next coming months. What's on the agenda? What are the likely obstacles, and what are you looking forward to? So waihohia ngā mate ki te tau tawhito, and we welcome the new year.
Yeah, so we can leave those things with the last year and we look forward to the future. But let's all take a moment to think about, and if you like, in the privacy of your homes, call out the names of your dear departed as part of our remembrance of year end and celebration of year beginning.
A kāti ko rātou ki a rātou, ko tātou ki a tātou o te Aotearoa nei, ti hei, mauri ora. E te iwi, thank you all for joining us. It's been a privilege to share this special morning with you all, and we hope you're enjoying a peaceful and reflective Matariki Mā Puanga wherever you are. May this day bring you moments of rest, reconnection and renewal.
Ngāi
Kia ora anō tātou. Welcome back to our national Matariki broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga. Those were the stunning scenes, the emotional scenes from the Hautapu this morning that was held at Tirorangi Marae. Here we still are, and we're enjoying all aspects of this beautiful day. And one of the kai karanga and the kai karakia that we just saw was this beautiful woman right here with me. He nui rewa pautu tēnā koe taku mārei kura. Kei te pēhea ngā kare aro tēnei nei. How are you feeling?
O ka nui te ora, ka nui te hari. ka miti ngā mihi o te tauhou.
Ai, kia hoki, mārua tia Matariki Mā Puanga.
Ana, puanga mā Matariki rānei, koe rā te kōrero e rere aere ana. Ana.
We're putting the order around in terms of puanga. But in terms of your experience, I know you actually live in Tāmaki Makaurau, and I'm trying to imagine what it must have been like for you trying to get yourself ready for this beautiful process whilst living in quite a faraway place.
Yes, well, Tāmaki is certainly tropical by comparison, but this is home. And so, a lot, as you know, a lot of preparation happened beforehand. So it simply meant coming back. And this is our kāinga, this is where I'm from, on my dad's side. And a lot of wānanga and hui in the lead up to this. Ana.
I thought of your dad, Tony, a lot actually in this process. What do you think he would have thought about this rejuvenation of all of these rites, of these processes?
He would have absolutely loved today, I think. And he dedicated a large part of his life to not only reviving te reo within our own whānau, but our own marae just down the road there, Ngā Mōkai. And I thought of him and many others, all our pāake, our tupuna on the other side, Ngā Wetu i te rangi who are looking down upon us this morning.
So it makes a day like this very emotional. What do you have to do to prepare in order to be able to complete these beautiful karakia, karanga? What do you do within yourself to make yourself ready?
Well, as a collective, we came together as Taiorongo, and it was really ensuring that we were as one, as our tira, as our matua iwi, and that was probably the large part of the preparation was that. We had a lot of kōrero and wānanga around that. Obviously, yururuku and karakia in the lead up before we came outside of the ware, and that really helped with preparations.
So you really felt like a tira more than an individual in this case?
Oh, absolutely. We were there as our matua iwi, but also representing not only our iwi here in Ngātirangi, but Wanganui Nui Tonu, as well as Te Kāui Maunga, right through to Rangitike.
And as we talk about puanga and we joke about the order of things, what would you like people who perhaps haven't heard about puanga before to really understand about this very special star and how you recognise puanga?
Rangi was saying in the wharikai earlier today that it's really about diversity in regions and in celebrations. So really here in Karioi and in other parts, particularly the West Coast, puanga is more visible in the morning to signal and signify the new year, and there's more of a better reading for us this part of the country. So that would probably be the key message. Yes, there's Matariki, who is also very significant to us, but in terms of marking the new year, puanga is particularly here in this rohe.
And actually that was evident, literally evident today. We could see puanga a lot more easily, couldn't we?
Yes, yes.
And what could you see amongst your people as you look out now at this marae and it is buzzing and there are people everywhere and the kai is delicious? What is your overriding feeling about today?
Well, you asked me how I was feeling at the start and I said, kei te ora, and that's what I feel, is ko te ora o te iwi, so the life and vitality of our people and bringing it back to our kāinga, our marae, because that's really the pinnacle and essence of all our tikanga and kaupapa are at our marae and at our papa kāinga.
And I can see it's a different part of the day now. You're all holding yourselves differently because
yeah.
this formality is
Absolutely.
over. Kua ea te wāhanga kia koutou me tā tāhua hoki. I know that we don't always talk about pride, but I feel pride on your behalf. A tāhua rawa atu koutou, just absolutely beautiful.
Oh, tēnā koe. O tira tēnā koutou.
Tēnā tātou. And it is time for waiata, and someone who helps us enjoy all of the good things about Matariki is Seth Hapu. Kia ora.
When nations have fallen and rivers run dry, when without warning continents collide, oh, you lift me up, oh, you pray for me, my remedy. Just like Rongowhakaata, no drug like your love, Rongowhakaata. when I am weak, unable to speak, you find the words, so I am heard. No drug like your love, Rongowhakaata. More than a physical feeling, it's spiritual healing, I've never been so sure of any cure. No drug like your love, more than physical feeling, it's spiritual healing,
Ai, kāti ake hika mā. Beautiful voice and beautiful scenes here this morning at Tirorangi Marae. Kāti ake, we're fortunate to be joined by one of the rangatira, the kaiwhakahaere of the marae and of this occasion. Matua ki tēnā rawa atu koe.
Tēnā koe, kia ora koe.
A lot of mahi has gone into this Matariki Mā Puanga Hautapu this morning. Can you talk us through, I guess, the amount of mahi that you've had to go through?
Kia ora. Yes, there's been a lot of mahi involved, right from the formation of various people and things to get together to lead the different parts of the mahi. I got the hospital pass of being the site manager for things to bring things together, and particularly over this last week, or probably for the last month, been organising equipment and trying to work through logistics for so many people that were going to be here at our very humble and very small marae here at Tirorangi. And then particularly last week, or the week leading up to today, just coordinating all of the tent city that's gone up and all of the extra resources that needed to be brought in to cater for our manuhiri, to make sure our manuhiri are looked after well while they're here with us, celebrating Puanga.
And from our perspective, it was a beautiful morning. Everything ran smoothly. How was it for you this morning?
It was stunning, stunning. E pai rawa. Everything came together as if by magic, because yesterday it was teeming with rain at the pōhiri, and let's just say there was a lot of karakia shared along the way to ensure that things would come together for today. And this morning all of that did happen. Even trying to work out all of the logistics of people, cars and everything to be ready for this morning, those things that come together. And it's been beautiful. A wonderful opportunity.
Tēnā rawa atu koe me te nui o au mahi kia tutuki pai ai. Tēnei kaupapa, Matua Keith.
Kia ora.
Tēnā rawa atu koe te aorere, and even though Matua Keith said he was given the hospital pass, me pēnei taku kōrero kua ora katoto iwi a koe te pāpā. All right, to our next story, which introduces a Ngāti Porou artist, Maunga Rongo Te Kawa, or Ron as he's affectionately known. Ron is the son of Ron and Rangi Te Kawa and carries a name passed down through generations, a legacy that honours his grandfather who served in the Māori battalion. Now you have to see his stunning, vibrant whakapapa quilts, Ron's art, and Ron himself expresses the beauty and strength of te ao Māori and the joy. Kia mā takitaki ake tātou. Take a look at this.
Ko Maunga Rongo Te Kawa by name and by nature. I'm Ngāti Porou, but I'm Ngāti Porou ki Tamaki Nui Arawa, down in the Wairarapa. That's where my papa kāinga is, but I'm hardly ever there. Yeah. Colour for me is Māori energy, life force, protection. It wakes us up and makes us look. You know, in an art gallery, they say you've only got 3 seconds to catch somebody's attention. And I came up through fashion, and I know that's true. People will look at your clothes and decide within 2 seconds if they're going to buy something and support you or not. So you've only got this short window of time to, like, snatch people's attention and get them to look at what you're doing. And that's where the colour comes from, the joy, the challenge, the emotions, and the Māori. My puna arangi is actually one of the po of my practice and my workshops, and I use it when people are too scared to create. I use it as a way to connect them to their ancestors. I say, you know, close your eyes, call in somebody from one generation ago, ask them to put their hands on your shoulders. It doesn't have to be in your whakapapa. You can create your own whakapapa at this point. Create a whole line of them. Create a whole line of champions behind you that are all there just for you. And see them in finery and send them back as far as you can beyond this world into te kore. And when you go right back, the person, that champion that's right at the beginning of your line is in a puna, where all the good things are that you ever want, all the money, the education, the babies, the health. All you have to do is turn up and ask big, and they'll pass it down to you. And for me, it's just a way of instantly closing down all of that doubt that we have about our creativity, because as Māori, we're just natural artists. That's our birthright. So there's all this static noise telling us that we're not, and it's not from us. So it's just a way of focusing the people that come to do the workshops back into their natural-born creativity. Ooh, yeah, what are you going to make the rainbow out of? In my practice, I'd split my time evenly between making new work and commissions and running workshops. It wasn't meant to be like that. It's not natural to be a Māori artist and be solitary working on your own. So I need that time with other people. And I think it's the best thing I can be doing outside of my making is showing other people how to make and have fun. Making art should just be fun. It shouldn't be, for me, anything else but fun, because that's where, for me, learning locks in on different levels, emotional, academic, and spiritual, is when you're in amongst it, doing it. Oh, that's beautiful. I go all over the country all year round doing workshops, and it's not so much about teaching, it's about holding space for people and giving them permission just to have fun. Yeah, well, it's a rainbow.
Yeah, I like that.
It's for everybody. Matariki's for everybody. Māori art is for everybody. Under those stars, we're all equal. Under those stars, there's no billionaires that matter more than the rest of us. Under those stars, those stars don't see that. We're just all humans. We're equal to the birds, the trees, the rivers and the mountains. Under those stars, under that sun and under that moon.
He whetū Hoki koe, Ron. What a beautiful star Ron is as well. We love your kōrero, Ron. Love the joy that you are spreading, and it's so appropriate on this incredible morning here at Tirorangi Marae. We've had our Hautapu, we've had our beautiful kai. So many people are reluctant to leave, one of them being the Minister of Māori Development, Tama Potaka. I believe you are attempting to leave, but there's just too many good people, too many vibes. Ko tēnei hoki tō takiwa, and this is where you come from.
Ana, this is a whakapapa and a whenua magnet for me and for our whānau, of course, brought up this part of the world in Ruapehu and Rangitike, which is just on the other side, and our whakapapa here on Te Tai Hauauru.
So with that hat on, and also as a minister, how did you view this morning?
Oh, it was iconic. As I mentioned earlier today to some of my wanaunga, the connection to the universe, but also the connection to the innerverse is what these types of tikanga and ritenga ceremonies bring about.
Incredibly unique, incredibly important, and why do you see that it's important that we've brought in the whole country in terms of a public holiday?
Well, I think this is a real kotahitanga celebration. It's something that drives towards unity across diversity, not only within our own tikanga, because we have diverse tikanga across different iwi, but also across the motu, across the islands that we call New Zealand or God's own, Aotearoa, and the celebration that goes with it by many, many people. We have the European ambassadors here, the EU ambassador Lawrence Meredith. They're absolutely inspired and motivated by these types of ceremonies and these type of tikanga rituals.
So when you look at us in terms of the world, and I know you're global thinkers, maybe galaxy thinkers.
Galactic.
Why is it important that we hold tight to these things that are unique to us, that are our practices, mairano, really ancient practices?
Because one of the reasons is because they reconnect us back to nature. They reconnect us back to the tile, something that nearly all New Zealanders think is very, very important. Of course, in my role as the Minister of Māori Development and Conservation, absolutely fundamental to my responsibilities. The second thing is that it brings us closer together to those that have gone, who we honour, to the people who are with us today and our mokopuna in the future. All those things together, the celestial and terrestrial, as we say, really showcase what it means to be a New Zealander. And I think many people think, there's real strength and unity in diversity.
So that felt like it from a governmental minister level, but also as someone who comes from here as well.
Absolutely, and we absolutely tautoko this kaupapa, whether or not it's Puanga mā Matariki or Matariki Mā Puanga. What's important is that we come together to celebrate something that's important to us all.
Tēnā rawa atu koe te tautoko mai. It's really important that we have this support. So thank you for coming and trying to leave, but it's just too beautiful. We can't leave. So what we're going to do is going to give you a soundtrack, maybe your walkout song, and it's from the beautiful Asia.
Tiawa te ohaki na te pehi whakarongo mai ki te reo ki whakarongo tai e rau o rangi e rongo nuku ki te ao ki te pō ki te pā ki o Matariki whakarongo mai ki te reo ki whakarongo tai e rau o rangi e rongo nuku ki te ao ki te pō ki te pā ki o Matariki e toko tu te rangatira me he matoko kare yanewa I te rangi mo ke tonu mo ke tonu whakarongo mai ki te reo ki whakarongo tai he rau o rangi he rongo nuku ki te ao ki te pō ki te pā ki o Matariki whakarongo mai ki te reo ki whakarongo tai he rau o rangi he rongo nuku ki te ao ki te pō ki te pā ki o Matariki ki te pā ki o Matariki
Atahua. Kia ora no koutou. If you've just joined us, I'm Stacey Morrison, and it's so special to have you with us today at our live broadcast here from Tirorangi Marae near Ohakune in the central North Island under Ruapehu Maunga.
Kia ora te whānau ko Mātai Smith ahau. Matariki Mā Puanga, mānawatia. Happy Māori New Year to all New Zealanders wherever you are tuning in from this morning. Now, I hope you're enjoying our public holiday and also taking the opportunity to discover and embrace the wisdom of the ages while enjoying the waiata of the past and, as we just saw there, the present.
Yes, so we've had our Hautapu here today and everyone is just enjoying the rest of the day. We've had some waiata, we've had kai as well, and then we've really taken what Matariki Mā Puanga means. So as we look to the skies, the modern day space race has led to a proliferation of satellites, and they are scattered throughout the outer orbits of the Earth. Now, it's predicted that the number of satellites in Earth's lower orbit could actually hit 100,000 by 2030. Wow. So that literally brightens up the night sky so much that it will delete stars to the naked eye.
Indigenous astronomer Te Kahurātai moko painting master celestial navigator Jack Thatcher and astrophotographer Josh Aoraki discuss how satellites are threatening the traditional practices of MΑORI and other Indigenous communities and potentially pushing dark skies to extinction.
Growing up, I didn't quite know what I wanted to do, and it wasn't until I was in my early 20s, and I got into photography, and I got into specifically astrophotography, so photographing the night sky, spending time outside. And I think year after year, it just became such a intrinsic fascination for me. And it led me to eventually working here and actually learning astronomy.
I was 11 when I started sailing dinghies, and I was at the Tauranga Intermediate, and they used to bring us over every Wednesday to go sailing in the summertime, of course, not during the winter. I didn't know it was going to translate into something more than that later.
I think I've always had a love for the stars as long as I can remember. And it was actually when I was in primary school at Te Pua Waitunga where we went to the Star Dome and they said, oh, you see that constellation there, Scorpius? Māori actually saw that as Te Mataua Maui, Maui's fishhook. And from that moment, I just always wanted to, when I could, look up and see if I could find that one Māori constellation I knew.
So we have a star compass, that the whole environment basically is our star compass, and we're able to divide that star compass into its many different facets by seeing the sunrise in the morning, by capturing a star and understanding where it rose,
and then we can orientate the star compass to meet our need.
There was a paper that was published in Nature around the indigenous peoples in South America going out around the time of the solstice to go look at Pleiades, so around the time of Matariki, to go to the tihi of their maunga to look at Matariki, and their tradition of looking at how tight Matariki was or how spread out it was, how bright different stars were shining, and if they were twinkling, how fast they were twinkling. They would use all of those different tohu to predict the coming planting season. And what the researchers, the scientists looking at this mātauranga, this indigenous knowledge, found was that their predictions for a good harvest or a poor harvest actually linked up to climate predictions.
Yeah, so that's Takurua, which is like the winter wife, and then these other stars that are around it, you can't actually see some of them because of light pollution, but those are Te Whānau or Takurua. So those down south for us, those are the markers, the tohu for how the winter's going to be.
Back in 2022, when we first had Matariki recognised as a public holiday, we were there on the marae Aotearoa, and we went through doing our tukuwarua, naming those who passed on for the year. And when we're doing our karakia to send off the wairua of those who passed away, 36 Starlink satellites all in a train made a run across the sky as those karakia were wrapping up, and people were just nudging each other, and there were some whispers happening.
I looked up and I saw this long line of what I thought must be UFOs. I'm having one of those UFO experiences. I'm looking up and my crew are looking at me and they're starting to laugh.
And then as soon as the formalities were closed, people came up and was like, oh, he tohu pai tēnā ne? This is a really good sign. It's like, oh, kinda. Like, it's a good sign for your cell phone coverage.
I read this the thing that Musk wants to put 100,000 satellites in space, and I went, wow. We get it, we see these, they're quite bright. And you put 100,000 up there, and what's going to happen to the stars?
Over the last 12 years, year upon year, light pollution has been making the sky 10% brighter. Even in uninhabited places, even when you're in places where there's no people, there's no towns, there's no streetlights, there's no buildings, the sky in those places, in the middle of Te Moana Nui Kiwa, is on average getting about 10% brighter. And that's from non-Earth sources of light pollution, and that's from satellites in the sky.
You take away those bodies and those systems that people have relied on for thousands of years, you're disconnecting them from the land, from their sea, from the sky, from the things that are inherently a part of them. In a modern context too, we are very urban. A lot of us live in cities, of course. We're here in Tamaki, and we feel that disconnect, I think. So, ngawhitu, the stars, the moon, the sun, all of the things that are above us, which are always there and always have been there, are constant reminders of not just where we are, but also where we came from.
These are cost. It's a cost on our environment, not just the environment here in our worldly space, but now we're affecting the environment that's slightly outside of our worldly space.
When we think of light pollution, it's not just people who are looking up at the stars, it's not just indigenous peoples, it's also like our migratory birds, like kuaka, pipi wharaura, koekoea, when they make the big trans-Pacific flight to Aotearoa, just south of Rarotonga, there's a flyway where tens of millions of birds, even today, fly towards Aotearoa. And if they can't see the stars, then they can't navigate.
Space is really political. I don't think a lot of people think about it that way, but space is extremely political. You have to think about the political and the social climates of what we do in space. So you need countries to work together.
One of the ways that Aotearoa is really punching above our weight, because there's 5 countries that do launches really, really often. And it's usually the countries you think of, the US, Russia, China, India, and then in the top 5 is Aotearoa. So this little country of 5 million people is really competing with countries of hundreds of millions and billions of people. So what we do here actually matters. What the policy we do here actually has an influence at an international level in how we're interacting with ranginui. We're the only national space policy in the world that mentions their Indigenous people, that mentions Te Tiriti o Waitangi.
We've seen the incredible benefits that we've had for going to space, our phone, our TV, radio, internet, all the things that run our modern lives are these byproducts of science and exploration. So these are inherently good things, but we have to do it sustainably, we have to do it with other people in mind, and we have to do it together because we do a lot more when we are working together than we are working apart.
Welcome back to our national broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga, live from Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune. There was so much to unpackage in that particular clip there, Stace. Ka nui te awangawanga ki tō tātou tai ao, ne?
Aye, it actually needs a whole documentary, I think,
Yeah.
because that was incredible, all of the points that were made. In terms of the stars, they're not just there for us to look at or to fly into. There's birds who are migrating and using the stars as their guide, but if we can't see them, then that's going to impact them as well. So incredible points to consider as we look at this beautiful celebration that we have, Matariki Mā Puanga, and then all the aspects of it that can be, like they said, political and should be considered as well.
E mea ana koe. Now, speaking of celebration, some of our local kids, noko nei ake no te kura kaupapa Māori o tēnei takiwā nei, I whai wā ki te waiata kia tātou, so let's take a look at that now. Tēnā rawa atu koutou ngā tamariki piwari rawa atu o te kura kaupapa Māori o ngā Tirorangi. Let's cross now to Te Aorere Pēwhairangi. There he is with some special manuhiri. Kei a koe e hoa?
Ai, tēnā koe mātai. Te ata nei mahuta ētahi kāhui whetū ki te rangi, and we have some rising stars join me here on the marae at Tirorangi. We have te kaha and te matau, tēnā rā kōrua. E hoa, taku pātai tuatahi ki a koe. How was this morning?
Hua makariri, a bit chilly, yeah, but otherwise it was manageable. Yeah.
Same question to you. How was this morning?
Very nerve-wracking, I think, but that all went once we got here because all I could focus on was the cold, honestly. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, it was nice.
And you had a special job this morning? How korua mahi?
We each had a karakia for the flags being raised up there. Hei tohu ki te ao, mo te tahi o te tau, I think was what it was for. Yeah.
Miharo, and was that your first time doing karakia in a hautapu?
Well, my first time was last week for our hautapu, but yeah, basically second time. Yeah.
And what was it like this morning with all the esteemed guests of the kāwanatanga, te ariki nui, koini ngā waihono i te pō? Were you nervous like the bro?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous, try not to look bad on camera. But yeah, I managed to pull it off, so it was all good.
And I also noticed, bro, you have a little bit of vivid on your face. It looks like a mataora, maybe from yesterday. Can you talk us through what you were up to this week?
So this week I was practicing for regional for Kapa Haka. Yeah. And just yesterday I stood for ngā kura kaupapa Māori o te puku o te ika. And it was a pretty successful stand. We came first. Yeah.
So you just won regionals and you're also the national champions?
Oh yeah, I didn't stand last year, but yeah, my kapa, we won last year's nationals.
Tēnā rawa atu koe. And bro, a lot of people here have more than one job. He atu au mahi I te ata nei?
Aku mahi I te ata nei, ko te kareke, obviously. We had dishes, always lovely to do dishes. Me and Ka, we were just in there doing waiata, welcoming in the manuhiri for a kai. We prepared the wakahere last night. He kai mō ngā atua. Yeah, I think that's about all we did.
Ai, tēnā koe, oti rā tēnā rawa atu kōrua. He nui ngā mahi kua tutuki I a rāua, oti rā I tō rāua iwi I a Ngāti Rangi. Heading back to you, kia kōrua kei roto I tō tātou tēneti.
Tēnā rā koutou e te reanga hou, all of the new stars there, including Te Aorere as well. I love how casual they are. They're Kapa Haka champions and champions of the kouta, of the kitchen as well. And they're, I just did the karakia and I did the dishes and I did the whakahere. They are doing a lot. And it's so special to see because these are our rangatahi and then we have kaumata here who are about 86 years old. So just imagine what they will see in their lifetimes now.
And how's that for commitment? On the stage, winning the regionals at Te Arawa, straight down here to do his, his mahi with his iwi. Creating vivid memories, not just on his face, but right here at Ohakune.
Truly vivid because they stay on the next day. And just so casual about that. That's a huge thing. That's how they qualify for the nationals. Nō reira, e mihi ana ki te ngākau whakaiti o Weratama. So humble, so beautiful. Mānoatia a Matariki Mā Puanga. That is the theme today. Mānoatia, of course, means celebrate. A Matariki, that's Matariki. Mā Puanga. And Puanga. So that's the bright star, also known as Raijo. And so we say to you, Mānoatia a Matariki Mā Puanga, and we really hope you've been enjoying your special broadcast for your Matariki holiday.
Now, historically, New Year celebrations gave whānau the opportunity to come together, to acknowledge the year gone by, to prepare and plan for the year ahead, and also to celebrate e te kana me whakanui tātou, I te kai me te kōrero.
For a time, these celebrations were only acknowledged and celebrated by iwi Māori, but today everyone in Aotearoa can celebrate the unique places we live in, show respect and also awe for the land we live on, the sky and the stars we're under, to share and grow together. And that's really been the spirit of today.
E mea ana koe, Stace. Now, I hope this Matariki Mā Puanga, you're in the company of friends and loved ones, and if you know of someone who's not, maybe give them a call, a quick text and invite them over for a kai or even just a cup of tea.
We can make that a Matariki event as well because Matariki is the perfect time to open our doors, open our hearts. There's lots of events around the country out there to enjoy, from Hautapu to concerts to markets, whatever works for you, okay? And then on a personal level, you choose how you reflect, how you celebrate and how you reset. We've had so many great ideas and sharings as well today.
Now, we reflect by honouring those who have passed and taking a moment to recognise the journey we've each travelled over the past year.
And we celebrate by coming together for these community events as well with whānau and friends, lots of laughter and, of course, good kai.
There's some good laughter happening there with Dr. Rangi Mā Tamua. We also reset by looking ahead, setting intentions and focusing on well-being, balance and growth for the year to come.
Tēnei te iwi, it's now time for a musical interlude with te reo o te Arepa Rātana Morehu Silver Band.
Welcome back to our live national broadcast, Matariki Mā Puanga, here at beautiful Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune, as we continue our festivities here at this beautiful marae.
But as you can see, as is typical at a party, we are the last ones here because it's been a huge morning with our Hautapu. In terms of moments that are going to stand out as highlights in your mind, what is coming up for you so far? Kia ora.
Every Hautapu I tried to pick out a moment, but what's special about this morning is there's been like 4 or 5, and I guess those 4 or 5 moments have all been about the taiao and the weather. We could see Puanga. There was no rain. It wasn't too cold. And then the Kapa Haka started performing on the marae Aotearoa there, and my partner calls it golden hour. So the sun came out. So ko ngā tohu o te taiao ki tāku I ki te ai I tino eke I tino pai.
Kona ngā tohu e pirangi te ana hoki, and those are the sort of signs we look for to go, has this gone well? It feels good. How has it been in terms of the sun coming out, in terms of actually being able to see the stars? Would have been quite a different day if it was raining. But for me also the hangi coming up out of the ground with iron hands pulling it there and being offered to the stars to feed the stars. Te kohu kohu whetū, that was a stunning moment, and so many emotional moments as well.
Actually, Stacey, one of my favourite moments this morning has to be, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but what you said to Shay, having the involvement of our tamariki and the rangatahi, and I kind of took me back to my tamariki-tanga, which was not too long ago, and thinking, these kids are so lucky. Nō rātou te waimarie, ko e nei momo mātauranga kei te hoatu ki a rātou, he taonga tuku iho. So these younger generations, as I say, being able to soak up all of this mātauranga and then, of course, passing it on to the next generation.
But also that revitalisation, because it has been 5 years, as we've discovered, that Ngāti Rangi has been working on this to make sure that Matariki Mā Puanga will be something as fulsome as we saw today. And you've been doing a lot of the coverage to help us understand Puanga as well. In terms of people reacting to that, what have you discovered on social media? You've got so many messages, though you probably can't read them.
I usually don't read the comments, but no, vast majority of the feedback has been positive, and Minister Tamapōtaka talked about it, and Rangi talks about it. There's strength in diversity, and an observation for this year, kua hoki atu te mana motuhake o Matariki me Puanga ki roto ki ngā whānau me ngā hapu. Small communities, marae, hapu, they're making the holiday their own, and they're practicing it in the way that they want to practice it. And I guess that's the ultimate goal, is for Matariki Mā Puanga to take a life of its own, and for our people to reclaim it.
So I think it's ours and it's yours.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is going to be for my marae to get the national broadcast down there next year.
You had to put a picture. You just had to.
Just quietly.
And now it's time for a musical break, and that would be from Asia. Kia ora.
There was something about our youth that was so simple. Didn't have to close our eyes just to dream. Oh, no, no. Maybe we were never meant to see. Maybe we were never meant to be. Maybe it's the way it's supposed to go. Then maybe we will never know. All I know is time will never slow. All I know is time will never slow. Yeah, yeah. We're all getting older now. It's not so simple. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I'm left with open skies and broken dreams. Oh, no. It's something that was written in the wind. It's just a feeling flowing deep within, raising all the hairs upon my skin. I wouldn't know where to begin myself. All I need is time for me to know. All I need is time before I go. Yeah, oh no, oh yeah. Nai cookie goo balai, nai cookie goo kain kunakan, nai cookie goo balai. All I need is time before I nai cookie goo balai, nai cookie goo kain kunakan, nai cookie goo balai, nai cookie goo kain kunakan. Yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. All I need is time. Go. Yeah, 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 yeah.
No mai hoki mai. Welcome back to Tirorangi Marae here at Ohakune. And as Stacey said earlier, we're the only ones left at the party with a couple of our whanaunga.
But this is typical. But when actually we look back at some of those images, I'm reminded, we forgot to talk about whatu, that incredible practice of the whatu, the stones, and helping everyone keep in time. I know, Taurere, you did a social media reel about that, so you do know more about this. I mean, it's so stunning to watch and to hear and to feel that
And it was
everyone's
unique.
in unison.
We've never seen that before.
He mea motuhake, it's something I've never seen before, and what Parekaya said to me is that, it's to help them connect, with natural resources of the whenua and to keep them in, I guess, that natural rhythm, kia tapatahi, te manawa taki. But I also want to talk about that social media piece, and I do want to call out my best mate, Parekaya Tapiata, because one, he was late to the rehearsal, and two, he left his stones at home. So the two stones he did use this morning were from the car park, but I guess it's a reflection of what Professor Rangi Mā Tāmua is trying to preach with Matariki, in that we just have to make do with what we have. It doesn't have to be a flash hangi in the ground. Sometimes it's just a small kai, and we make do to celebrate.
And that is the thing, we make do, but it's been actually very luscious and luxurious here in terms of what they've offered. We've had the poi manu as well, another spectacular part of this particular hautapu. So many aspects that, as Dr. Rangi Mā Tāmua said, are diverse, and we can seek our unity amongst that diversity to go, okay, this is how we do it, this is how you do it, but we all come together and we can choose how we celebrate Matariki Mā Puanga.
Tika tau, Stace, and of course taking the opportunity to acknowledge Ngāti Rangi. I mean, me mihi ka tika kia koutou no koutou te reo rāhiri I te rānei, so welcoming us to their humble marae, and just being a part of it and standing here at our broadcast studio, and you could just feel the beautiful wairua, mauri tau. The people are beautiful. They're all coming up to us and during the breaks and enjoying this broadcast. But it is just, it would be, well, Rather remiss of me if we didn't take the opportunity to acknowledge Ngāti Rangi again.
As Che said, it's not their biggest marae, but Tirorangi, which literally means to look to the skies, they had to come here. Obviously, the stones in the Kapa Haka are of particular interest as well. But the way that the iwi has come together has been spectacular, hasn't it?
Aye, and I've spoken a lot about nature and coming here and experiencing not only their Hautapu process, but the landscapes, the maunga, the awa, the weather that's here. You see why the people are so kind, why the people are so gentle, and it's because it's a reflection of the environment that they live in. Nō reira katoa ai au I rā mihi, Ngāti Rangi, tohunga o te manaaki.
Tika. Mo tēnei mea te manaakitanga, ko koutou kei tawhiti.
Ai, kua tino wai maria mātou te noho ki tō koutou takiwa. We've been so fortunate to be here and also to welcome you all in. As they said, they were really mindful that yes, they are hosting the nation, but every single person who came, who also participated in our broadcast, this day was for you as well. Manawatia a Matariki Mā Puanga to all of you at home.
It's been a wonderful morning. We've seen people all across Aotearoa gather to celebrate Matariki. It's so exciting to see how these traditions that were nearly lost to us now bring us all together as we relate to the unique yet universal wisdom our ancestors left us to look above for inspiration and let our stunning environment, te taiao in Aotearoa, inspire us to appreciate what we have and set our intentions even higher.
So I think you can feel today there's a renewed light shining from those stars.
Yes, indeed.
Matariki, the star cluster as well, a spirit of openness, connection and inclusion. Now, Matariki is a time to honour who we've been, embrace who we are and imagine who we are becoming. As we look at this gorgeous taiao, it is a moment to remember and to reaffirm our commitment to ourselves, our whānau o tira kia tātou katoa, our nation.
We are a diverse nation that needs to celebrate who we are, and thanks to Matariki, we get the festivities, the food and the coming together. And while our broadcast has come to an end, I'm sure our celebrations will continue throughout the day.
E mea ana koe Matariki hunga nui, Matariki the gatherer of people. As we continue to come together in unity, reflection and celebration, we must now say kia pai te rā and mānuatia Matariki Mā Puanga from all of us here at Tirorangi Marae in Ohakune. Hei kona mai.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora kai rea ke te tai o te tau, ki te tau nui o rangi nui a tāne tūnei, ko tai te toi a waka tau ana, turu turu au I te waka MΑORI. Kamura!
Ko te reo, te take.